Happy Tuesday. More Coin Pusher Realms. That was the name we came up with yesterday. I think it's pretty good. We'll see if it sticks. We're going to be working on more design today, and we'll see what happens the next 2 days, because on Friday we're going to be starting Borderlands 4, and of course I don't want to jump into some big prototype or something that would require more than a couple days to get started and really get a feel for. So I think that this might be the last day of the week for Coin Pusher Realms, maybe tomorrow. I do need to jump into the Chasm, our platformer game, and do some fixes for that, and that might take one day for sure, potentially 2 days, so we'll see. But for today, I think there's a lot of just little mild stuff to work on. Yesterday we finished up the first iteration of the gameplay loop, game pillars, and the one sheet, and then today I want to address trinkets and some of the other elements of progression. We're really getting to a point where I can't really write more. It's kind of just a waste of my time, and it would be better for us to just jump into the engine and start prototyping and getting a feel for things, which is a good thing. So today I want to get trinkets written down so that we have a little bit of a technical understanding of how they're going to work and what purpose they serve. It's pretty loud music, hold on. There we go. It's for what purpose they serve. Okay, so that's the plan, and that's what's going to happen. I think that we will, of course, finish the trinket design pretty early today. I don't think it's going to take more than a few hours, unless we run into some roadblock or something. And then we'll just think of something else to write up. Pretty lazy day today. Nothing too crazy. But it is a good thing. Yesterday we kind of walked around in circles again with progression, with meta progression. Stuff like levels and XP. And I don't know. It's like I think I can fit it in, but at the same time I can't fit it in an elegant way, and it almost feels like it's being forced. So the good news is that if we want to come back to that in the future, it wouldn't be disruptive to the rest of the gameplay, or to the gameplay loop. So we'll just get a feel for it after we build up our first playable and see how this first level plays. That's my opinion, at least. Alright, trinkets. Trinkets. How do we want to do this? We have a set of buffs and debuffs, if we want to use this term, for the Wild West. And of course there would be, I think, buffs and debuffs that might apply more globally, but I'm not sure about that yet. No, I think there would be. I don't know how many there would be, but there would be. And I guess the question is, do we have rarities? Do the rarities actually affect anything? We have this seed, and we can use this seed in quite a few ways. We can use the seed to determine rarity, right? Maybe there's a 10% chance at like some legendary trinket or whatever. And then once we're in there, we can use the seed to determine the buffs and debuffs, and use the rarity to determine the maybe the tiers of that, or the values in some way. Or just, it's... Well, we could. Let me think of it this way. If we have this rarity, right? Let's just say rarity. Trinket rarity. And let's just type in some bullshit right now. It doesn't really matter. And let's say common is 70%. Or let's do 60%, 30%, 10%. Use seed to determine. That is possible, right? Yeah, I mean, we could use seeds to figure out a weight if we want to use a weight distribution for this, and yeah, that's fine. And I think then we can use the trinket. We can use the seed to determine the buffs and debuffs that are on there. And buffs or debuffs might be dependent on trinket type. So what we might do is, like, step 1. Or let's list down steps. Steps 1 is determine trinket type. Because that might indicate different buffs or debuffs, right? Like there might be a, I don't know, let's say for the tumbleweed toss, there might be like a, oh, actually, I don't know, don't do tumbleweeds. I don't know, there might be like something that is themed around tumbleweeds or whiskey glasses. And the tumbleweed toss minigame has like a total of 3 types. So we can start by generating a seed. Maybe that's the better step 1 to put. Just generate a seed. Determine the trinket type, seeded. Determine trinket buffs, debuffs, seeded. Determine trinket rarity, seeded. And we'll probably want to have like values for rarity, so maybe, you know, if we have common, uncommon, or rare, then we have 3 sets of min-maxes that we choose from, or the like the power of it. Or we could go more like an ARPG route where we determine buffs or debuffs. And we determine the rarity for each buff and debuff individually, which I think would increase the... There's a positive and a negative to that. Number 1, the positive is that I think we get more variety. But the negative is that trinkets might feel... There might be a lot of shit trinkets, let's put it that way. Because you might roll one really, really good buff, and the others are like really shit, or just a couple of bad, or like debuffs or something. I mean, would you use it at that point? Do we even want debuffs? Do we want actually, you know, like some negatives? Do we always determine a negative? These are all questions we have to ask ourselves today. And I think by and large, because it's a casual game, and I think random loot is cool, really cool, but this is not hardcore, and this is not a game where we want players to have to roll like a million trinkets just to find that one that's actually usable. It becomes like this is metagaming, this is some extra progression on the side, but it shouldn't be hardcore. It shouldn't really require you to roll 20 trinkets to find one that is considered halfway decent. I feel like everyone should be usable and should be okay, and some of them are just really, really good. So if you ask me, I think that instead of determining individual... I'll put this in like a notes section. Notes. Instead of determining individual buff, debuff, rarity, like PoE, I all know what that means. Higher rarities generate consistent or generate, or higher rarities grab higher value ranges consistently. Hey Kenji's. Didn't tell me you had an OnlyFans? That's right. Just pictures of my butthole. That's all it is. With different lighting and different filters. This one's using sepia. Here you can see I wiped too hard and it's a little bit bloody. Determine buff debuff value from range. Seeded. And these will all use the same seed from step 1, of course. Finish trinket. I think. Oh yeah, your question from yesterday. For prototyping, should effects that might be crucial for making the mechanic fun be included in the prototype? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's kind of, there's no rule to it, right? But if you believe that something will dramatically increase the value, then do it. I mean, like, take a look at like horror games. I think they're a great example where sound design and lighting atmosphere is really, really, really important in so many horror games. And usually you wouldn't do like crazy sound design or worry too much about lighting in a prototype. But for a horror game, you would want to do that. So it kind of just depends on a bunch of different factors. But if you believe that some visual effects or something is really crucial to it feeling good and to it being fun, go ahead and do it. Technically, there would be unique trinkets. And these are usually gotten from in-game achievements. So they are not available normally. And not seeded. Yeah, it depends on the circumstance. You just have to like ask yourself, okay, what would it make, what would we need to make this fun? And in some cases, it can be as little as having a bunch of white boxes and just like a really polished character movement controller. In other cases, you might want to have really good climb. I think that God of War, I believe, had some really good examples of this. Uncharted as well. I don't know if I can find videos of that Uncharted prototype. You have early prototypes of like the dynamic camera you can see here in Uncharted. So, you know, there were certain elements of getting this to look and feel right that they felt were necessary to determine if it's fun. Everything else, whatever. Some bullshit rock, some bullshit log. But then as you can see, the animations for, and this is Uncharted 1 by the way on the PS3, but you can see the animation quality is very high quality already. Because it's just a game that needs that. They wanted that cinematic feel. So you can find other game prototypes to see, you know, kind of how that feels. But it depends on the circumstance. Huge cookie. How did you get the Chaos Orb? What the fuck? How'd you get that? That's pretty cool. I saw some like on Etsy. I saw like a 3D printed Chaos Orb or something. It was pretty cool. Look at this. You could probably 3D print this for cheaper, right? But I kind of want to I kind of want to make one of these now. And the nice thing is I suck at painting. This is easy to paint. Or like I think a Volo would be even cooler to me. What a shirt. I'm a big Volorb fan personally. The new PoE Twitch event? Oh, you need to sub to a PoE streamer. A PoE streamer? I feel kind of bad for the people playing PoE 2 like full time. I don't know, it's just, it wasn't my game, it's not for me. I'm not going to say it's a good game or a bad game, but it wasn't good to me. I did not enjoy PoE 2. Digital art is easier than physical art? I don't know. I feel like in some cases I'm better. Well, I'm not good at any art. How many debuffs do we want? Because we talked about these trinkets. This is a casual game, right? We can go the PoE route and we can just say randomize it, whatever. Who the fuck cares, right? If we want an all... Well, I mean, that's kind of fun too, where you have all negative trinkets, but they're not usable, so I don't know. Gnedic 2000, thank you for the follow. Thank you for helping us get one step closer to 1,000 followers, in which we will do a 24-hour stream. And I will die, probably. I'm already tired and hungry, and my voice is starting to go after 8 hours. 24 would be pretty wild. We could say that depending on rarity, what am I thinking? It generates you know, a certain number of debuffs. Like maybe common will always generate 2 and 2, uncommon is 3 buffs and 1 debuff, and rare is 4 buffs. That could be kind of interesting. Or up to, we should say. Let me write it down, we'll see what it feels. We'll do up to 2 buffs. Always 2 debuffs. Up to 3 buffs. Always 1 debuff. Up to, or always 4 buffs. Or if we feel that doing always 4 buffs, hey Drumux, is going to end Lepus. How you guys doing? Good to see you guys today. There might be some cases where you have like the gold panty minigame, and there's not really any other buffs or debuffs to apply here. There's only 2. Well, there are core buffs and debuffs, to be fair. And I guess if we should probably put a percentage chance to guarantee a certain minigame depending on the trinket type. So trinket type is often minigame focused or core buffs, debuffs focused, and we prefer generating buffs or debuffs based on that minigame. Gold panties minigame, in what realm would that take place? Maybe the nursing home realm, where we want to have like bingo. You can also do like an old lady panty raid minigame. Fuck, I hate that. And it's like a swarm game where you have to avoid the old ladies like attacking you. And you have to like maneuver around them and get into the rooms and steal their panties. Their old granny panties. I fucking hate that actually would work well. And it would be really fucking funny. Alright, I'll write it down. Nursing home mini game where you have to avoid old grannies following you slowly. while you attempt to raid their rooms for their granny panties. I hate how hilarious that would be. God damn it, Dramlux. Why do you have such good ideas? Would you say movement physics-based attacks are best for combat-driven platformers? Give me an example, so I can better visualize it. By the way, if you guys come up with really good minigame ideas for realms, and we have enough, I mean, that's just more incentive to do that realm. So if a nursing home realm coin pusher, I guess where you are, I don't even know what the main objective would be. Probably something with getting the medications for the old people or something. I don't fucking know. Or you could do like the South Park Hummels and Heroin. You guys remember that? Hummels and Heroin. South Park song. You guys remember this song? I feel like this came from a later episode, a later season of South Park that wasn't very well. You know, a lot of people didn't see, but I think this is one of their funniest songs. I love that shit, man. That's such a good song. I think we could kind of like parody this too. Maybe like your main goal in the nursing home realm is to complete your fucking Hummel collection. I think that would be really funny. I fucking hate it, but it's really fun. Okay, maybe that's pretty good. I'll write it down. Nursing home. That's gonna be the we're gonna have Wild West, haunted Victorian hotel, stylized fantasy, and nursing home realm. Complete Hummel collection. And maybe in order to properly complete the Hummel collection, you actually have to win Hummels from, you have to like steal them or collect them from old people by completing some of the mini games or whatever as well. Or you have to like fight the old people in like some old school like boxing mini game. You have to fight the old people. Inbred moonshiner theme. I love that, Junior Niner. That could be pretty funny too. Thanks for checking my game. Yeah, no worries, man. Ours may include a cookie tin and crochet needles. Look at me. Yeah, we would do like the bingo. I think the bingo would be pretty funny in the nursing home. Especially with like the old people and you hear them like letting out loose farts while you're playing bingo. Bingo! Oh, you bitch. Hate it. I think that, you know, like I said, I don't want to always generate like constant debuffs. So maybe we'll say one to 2 buffs and 0 to 2 debuffs. And maybe here we'll do 2 to 3 buffs. 0 to 1 debuff. And here we'll do 3 to 4 buffs. 0 to 1 debuff. Unless you just want to say, fuck it, just do 3 to 4 buffs. Whatever. It's a casual game. I'm okay with it. Mechanic you're working on when your spiritual fox companion is on your fucking furry. It's on your shoulder, you have the ability to throw him towards the fallow grass. Sorry. There's a valid grapple point. Yes, there's an enemy or certain ledge types, and if the grapple is successful, if it hits an enemy, it will grapple and be pulled towards the enemy very fast and land and attack that enemy. Yeah, that sounds cool. I like that. Grapple lands in a valid ledge, directly the hook shot from Zelda. Yeah, I think that sounds really awesome. Go for it. It's very creative. This works for me. I think we should also note that debuff ranges should be noticeable. Let's use that word, noticeable, but not harsh. So if you have a debuff maybe to coins generated speed, it's like 10 to 15%. You know, it's noticeable, but maybe you're okay with that trade-off because you have another way to easily generate coins, or you have another trinket that balances it out. It's just, you know, it's a little extra flavor on there to assist with the generation. Spiritual no, it's a different game, Colas Fox. That's Kenji's game, not our game. But perhaps we can have a realm where you have spiritual companions. Yeah, this looks good. All right, let's jump over to the trinkets then. And let's write up a little information. Let's do an overview. Or we'll do like an overview and purpose, I think. Overview. Try to structure this more like a traditional design document. Although I usually like putting this in a notepad first. Or we'll keep it separate. We'll do overview, user stories, and purpose. We'll need generation, seeds, we'll need two though. We'll need natural and we'll need... What would be a good way to describe the using someone else's seed to generate a trinket? There's natural generation, which is like random generation. And then there is, I guess you could say like forced or deterministic. I don't know. I mean, we can rename it if it's not great. We'll do seeds here. We also want being able to break down a trinket into gold bars. So there's recycling, I guess you could say. We might call it something different in game, but this would just be what the term is for now. Recycling trinkets. Sharing seeds. We'll need rarities as well, so we would need generation methods. Let's put seeds within that. So we'll do seeds. What's our order here? Type, buffs, debuffs, rarities. So we'll do types. Or we can include that maybe in a separate section. We do trinket types. Trinket rarities. We'll explain buffs and debuffs. We'll have an overview section. Ranges. Although it might be better to describe types and rarities before we jump into buffs and debuffs. Because we'll then use type and rarity to determine, that'll be part of the overview and ranges. And we'll put in here overview of rarities, generated rarities, unique trinkets, trinket types. We might not even need sections in here. Buffs and debuffs, we'll have to talk about core versus minigame, or core versus realm specific buffs and debuffs. And then we'll want to talk about the naming generation, or naming, I don't know, function. We need to determine a name for the trinket, right? And we'll have to do this based off of the buffs or debuffs that are on the trinket. We had something similar to this in Cauldron Chronicles, and I kind of built it off of how Path of Exile does it. Where if you have like some, maybe I can show some examples. Yeah, like this Grim Pendant here, or this Constant Quicksilver Flask of the Orca. These are being named this way based off of the fact that you have constant and of the Orca, so you have a prefix and a suffix, and then these are based off of the prefix and suffixes on the actual item itself. So the charge recovery is providing the constant prefix, and the chance to avoid being chilled or frozen is providing of the Orca. And so that way you get unique names based off of the actual buffs and debuffs. And names themselves might be, you might have the same name on two trinkets, even if the trinkets are separate, because we will have up to four, like buffs in total. And so what we could end up with is the case where we need to choose in this case, like a prefix or suffix to apply. And Alpha the Raptor. Well, hey, we might have that because we want to have a prehistoric realm, so I'm just saying. If we can come up with some cool mini games for a prehistoric realm, well, we can do it. Maybe like an endless runner where you are a dinosaur running away from like a explosion of a volcano. Could be kind of fun. You have to like dodge the rocks and trees as you try to escape the lava that's chasing you. I don't know. Would be an interesting one. Bit of a technical challenge in some cases, but not too horrible. I think we should allow renaming as well. That is also pretty easy to do. And that's stored locally, so it's just separate to the seed. I think that for naming trinkets, we always have up to 4. We'll say use seed to determine name as well, so it's consistent when regenerated. If a debuff exists, we always use one debuff for affix. So what we'll need is we'll need another table of all the buffs and debuffs and the prefixes and suffixes that they can add, which honestly is going to be a bit of a nightmare to create, but it'll be really cool if we do it. Just we have so many buffs and debuffs that I think at a certain point we're going to run out of ideas or prefixes and suffixes. And we might have to, I don't know, reuse. I think we shouldn't be afraid of reusing some words. It's just we need to try and find unique words that haven't been used before. But if we can't, whatever. But this looks pretty good so far. Are we missing anything? We have overview, user stories and purpose, types, rarities, buffs and debuffs, generation, recycling, sharing seeds. A good start. Okay, we'll do user stories and purpose down here. Just do an overview. Trinket types. Trinket rarities. This has subsections. Unique trinkets. We'll probably want a couple more spaces between the sections. Not really used to working with Markdown. I usually have, you know, like I have a word template that I made myself for doing sections like this, and personally, I think it's a lot better. But that's just me. This game called Coin Pusher Realms? Yes. That is the name that we're going with for now. We'll see how it sticks. Never abbreviate it? I think CPR is better than just CP. Some loony, and I think it was Huge Cookie, wrote a review for our game where it just says a whole bunch of like I love CP and stuff. The madman. Nuh-uh. I bet it was you. You better hope that Valve doesn't see that.
FBI, open up!
You know, there's this there's this really nice anime that's airing right now. And I really like it. It's about them like going out and mining for minerals. So, I mean, if there's two things that I love, it's I love CP and I love miners. Coin Pusher and miners with an E. Don't clip that. I hope people were looking at the screen when they heard that. If you just had me down below minimized. Yeah, it's not gonna be great. Clipped and taken out of context. Oopsies. We're gonna get in trouble for this. Natural, random, and then we need forced and deterministic. Had a bad launch. Coin Pusher? There was somebody reporting that they were having crashes, and I don't know about you guys. I did you guys get any crashes when you were playing? If you played? Because I don't know, for all the time that we played, I never had a single crash with it. In all my testing. So I don't know what that person is running into. We gotta stop with the probably DirectX. You think so? I asked the guy for some specs because, honestly, I haven't had anybody reporting any other crashes. So I don't know what it could be. We'll need a line down here. Ray tracing. Alright, Kenji, that's enough. That's enough. We've done enough jokes about CP. I don't want to get banned. Not today, at least. Why is it not putting the lines properly? Maybe we need a space between the start of sections like this. No, it's like there's still a line missing or something. It's kind of fucking weird. BP 2077. I'm actually I don't know. I kind of don't like Cyberpunk 2077. Am I a hater? There we go. Kind of weird. Markdown is just so finicky sometimes. I don't know. Not a fan of Markdown. Okay, overview. Trinkets are a... How do we define them? Welcome to the design documentation, by the way. Trinkets are... They're not always randomly generated, so we can't really say that. We could say trinkets are randomly generated, or trinkets are equipable items that the player can generate or earn that provide buffs and debuffs to various parts of the game. We'll probably want to like just make an example too. It doesn't have to be too crazy. It can just be done in Paint. But something that just provides a good example of what these look like and what they might do. I don't know about Cyberpunk, and it's a good game, but never went far with it. Wouldn't say I don't like it, but it's really not really my type of game, I guess. I like the main story of Cyberpunk. I think it's really cool, and I think that they made an excellent. It's got such a great vibe to it. I mean, the town is amazing. It looks so beautiful, and it sounds great. The problem is that the moment I try to engage with it in a way that I would want, you know, like to the point where I want some depth to it, I want to have some immersiveness, sit down at a restaurant or something, You know, in the same way that you can do that in like GTA 5, there's some immersiveness when you go into the shops and whatnot, or like Red Dead Redemption. Rockstar, by the way, is peak at immersive sims. And I don't feel like Cyberpunk is actually anywhere close to an immersive sim. It looks beautiful, it makes great screenshots. I think driving around in it is really awesome. But then you try to engage with Cyberpunk beyond that level. You try to find interesting, unique shops, or you try to do some of like the faction missions or some of the open world content, and it just falls apart. Like, it's just very generic. You know, you take a look at making your different builds, and again, like the equipable items, the visuals, the cosmetics are great. But then there isn't really that different of a way to play the game. There aren't really any big choices to make when determining how you want to fight a bunch of enemies. So it's just, I don't think the game has very much depth to it, or really any big choices to make. Especially with the faction that you choose at the start of the game. And, you know, they when they were marketing the game, they said it was going to be an RPG first and a shooter second. And that's not what the game turned out to be. Quite the opposite. And I was hoping for something more like Deus Ex, I guess. Jeez. That's the wrong paint. That's the bad paint. Paint for losers. No, we like old school paint. Airbrushing our way to victory. No, I think Deus Ex is really awesome. It's just that I think I was hoping that Cyberpunk would be more like Deus Ex. Alright, let's make a trinket real quick. This can be the icon. We can do... Hold on, before we type this in, let me type an icon first, just so I can put it up there. Let's think of a trinket that could exist. So that way we can like determine a name for it and everything. We could do like 10% increased coin generation speed in the Wild West. Or we could even try to trim this and say something like that. We'll make it maybe like uncommon, so we can do like 2 buffs and a debuff. And maybe the type is it's for the Wild West, so we can also just grab some of the buffs and debuffs from that. Maybe like the safe cracking, so we can make it like something for like lockpicks. tungsten lockpicks or something. And we have a chance for a number or gold bars found in safes, chance for an additional trinket. Sure, chance for additional trinket. Additional trinket be found in safes. In the safe cracking minigame. And then we'll do a debuff for, I don't know, 10% decreased coins found in safes. Doesn't really need to be too crazy about it. So we can name it maybe well, tungsten lockpicks would be the core of the name. So these would be, we would need a prefix and a suffix. We always have a prefix or suffix when there's a debuff. And it should be of the debuff. So it'll be maybe like doled. Doled tungsten lockpicks of the, something with like maybe the trinkets of the coin generation speed. Of this speedy. Doesn't matter. Just needs to be an example. That works. Doled tungsten lockpicks of the speedy. Tungsten dick pics. I mean, is there some way that we could like show the rarity really easily? We could do like a, what's a good way here? We could do a border around there. We could also put the rarity and be below in like in text or something. Uncommon. I would like to include like the base type of the trinket there. Like I had before, but I think it was just a little bit too, it wasn't separated enough. think that could work. I mean, we'll worry about the UI design later. Right now, I need it to. I think it, just to make sense. And we could even maybe just grab like a lockpick icon or something. Throw it in there instead. This works. Does this work? Good enough. Okay, we need to put in the buffs and debuffs then. We could separate it into buffs and debuffs. I think that might make it a little bit easier to see. Let's do that. Let's do buffs, debuffs. We'll move it if we need to. Make this 16 size and we'll do just copy them both actually. Kind of wish there was more space. I'll do them separately so that I can customize the spacing between lines. Fuck it, whatever. Just put it in there. Hey, Paxion. Jim Coin Pusher a few hours ago was fun. Oh, thank you for that. I hope you didn't have any bugs or issues. And thank you for playing. Don't think that that's cutting. You know what? It doesn't need to look perfect. It just needs to make sense. So just do that. I think it works. I think it works just for an example for a design document for a game that doesn't exist yet. Coin Pusher Realms trinket example. I like it. Yeah, we're doing some crazy stuff with this sequel, I can tell you that. I think it's going to be pretty exciting to share, but definitely is going to take a while before we have anything playable to show off with it. Hopefully not too long. But I'm excited for it. I think doubling down on mini games is going to make it a really enjoyable bit of variety. where you can see the trinkets icon, base type, tungsten lockpicks, the rarity, and the associated buffs and debuffs that go along with it. Each trinket is generated based on a seed. Now, unfortunately, I think that a random stream in Unreal Engine 5 is integer, a 32-bit integer. I might need Cuthbert to make a custom random seed for us that is 64-bit integer. And the differences are massive. So you guys all probably know the integer 32 limit. Right, the 2.147 billion. Very classic number, especially if you are a RuneScape fan. The 64-bit integer limit is definitely slightly improved, which would dramatically increase the potential chances that you have to get something that's completely unique. So I don't know, we'll see if we can do it. Let's put it that way. I think minigames are a good addition. It would be nice to have an option to leave games you don't want to do. Yes, you would. You will in the sequel. You will have an option to choose when you want to do a minigame. So you'll get the items, but then you get to choose when you want to trigger them. In CP earlier, I did feel like it'd be a nice option to have an option to leave a minigame, but that's just a nitpick. I think it will just make it optional to go to a minigame. But then once you're in there, you have to finish it. So hopefully that's a good trade-off. That way you can sit and you can just push coins as much as you want. And they can be like, okay, I've saved up 5 of the items to do, let's just say the ATM minigame. Boom. Sit there for 5 bits and do it as much as you want. And then you can choose continue or go back to table. Yeah, this is a lot. I just don't know how it's going to work behind the scenes. So I will need Cuthbert to do a bit of an investigation into how random streams work and whether or not we can make 64-bit streams. Maybe there even is a way, I don't know. We might need, I don't know, we might need to make our own function library here with random, bools, floats, integers, whatever from 64-bit stream. And maybe that's easy to do, I don't know. Because a random stream is a structure, for some reason, of literally just a 32-bit integer. It's the initial seed. That's all it is. Kind of weird that they put that in a structure, but that's what it is. So depending on how complex the let me see if I can find it. Friend structure. What? You have a friend structure? F random stream integer 32 in seed. The current seed. Where's the random? Oh, random range. Okay. Grand Helper range. Force inline. I don't see them using the seed here though. Maybe I'm missing it. I bet there's some complexity to this that I am not knowing, but there are also some seed algorithms for 64-bit that are open source, and maybe it'll be easier than I think. We'll see. We shall see. Worry about it later. And roll coins flush against the edge, so the chances of it getting knocked off was rough. Sometimes coins got stuck together as they were falling through. Gold bars are OP. Buying 5 big coins felt like best investment, but I'm probably wrong. Actually, so I did a lot of gold. I did a lot of testing, and I think the poker chip chance is the unsung hero of the upgrades, but I don't know. When the game at 27 minutes probably wasn't optimal, but that's fine. It's not a game for meta. No, 27 minutes is about the average. I think so. Skip the bank account hacking. I like the ATM minigame. But it's one of those things where in the sequel, it's because it's optional, you can just choose which minigames you want to engage in or the ones that you don't like. Yeah, the poker chip one, I think for me, is OP just because that's how you're going to get those platinum chips. But we learned a lot from making that, so we will improve things for sure. I realized that at the end of the game, it tells you how to play. Like, whatever, I'll figure it out. You just drop coins. How hard can it be? Now, I did like how simple it was, though. I think it's just a nice, casual little game. I think some people went into it expecting more, but I tried to be very upfront about communicating, hey, this game is quick. You move on. It's easy. It's not meant to be some 10-hour experience. But what can you do? Each trinket is generated based on a seed and the associated type, rarity, buffs, debuffs. And ranges for values are all determined from that seed. A great part about using a seed to handle this generation. Oh, we should also say that the name as well, the type. The great part about using a seed to handle this generation is that players will be able to share their trinket with others. Via screenshot or seed, and others will be able to generate the same trinket in their game, albeit at a higher cost. We should include the seed down here just as an example. Can't forget that. Good enough. We do need the version there though, because the version is important to determine exactly which buffs and debuffs to use. So there's different like generation algorithms for each update that we make big changes. Struggle for a minute how to figure out how to drop coins since I glanced on the how to play thinking I could jump in without. Were you playing on keyboard and mouse or controller by chance? Is the video game that can't be screenshotted since its shaders are all made of that black and white dots you saw in old TVs? They make the shapes of objects. Oh, I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I saw some Twitter posts about that. It was pretty cool. Keyboard and mouse, okay. I'll resave this. Wish I could like re-import that. Can't really though. Hey Chisla. I'm really excited for the trinket aspect for Coin Pusher Realms. I think it'll be really fun to... Oh, it didn't pull it in properly. It's named the same thing. I think it'll be really fun for the community to share their trinkets that they've generated, especially like really powerful ones. I think it'll be pretty cool. Oh, you're playing in 4K. Awesome. Kind of 4K. It's widescreen, actually, isn't it? Not 4K. I'm glad that I did try to make it work with widescreen. And I think I was like... I had no real way to test it. And I was like, okay, I think it looks good. I think all of our UI is properly set up for widescreen. So I'm glad that widescreen worked well. It probably did increase the field of view a bit, but... You like the name Coin Pusher Realms? I thought of it yesterday while we were on stream. And it kind of sticks, and it works really well for what we're making. Coin Pusher game, multiple realms. I feel like people will click on it and be like, oh, realms? You mean like multiple different worlds? Exactly. In-game achievements. We'll need a document for in-game achievements too, now that I think about it. Worry about that later. Okay, what are our user stories here? What are the user stories that I have built this trinket system out of? As a player, I would love to have a way to augment certain realms or minigames to make them more rewarding. Especially the ones I like. As a player, it would be really fun to share the trinkets I find or generate with the rest of the community. And have them be able to use them as well. Player, it would be Great to have a quick and easy way to generate trinkets. Generate powerful, or generate, yeah, let's just say powerful trinkets that I see other players using. I think there's other worlds that can be used to describe, but yeah, realm sounds like it's both a theme style, but realm means kingdom, and that's a collective. I mean, it is kind of like you're stuck between realms, right? Like I don't know if you were here for the generation of the story, but you get like caught in an elevator in an old arcade, and it falls, lights go out, and you get caught in between realms in this like mystical place where you can choose. Think of like Riven. I don't know if that's a pretty old game. You have to be an old person to know that one. And traveling between the different the different islands, you're kind of like stuck in there, and you get to choose the realms that you go to. And when you open up that door or whatever, that hatch into that realm, it is a fully 3D space with, in some cases, a horizon that extends into the distance. So it's like when you are stepping into the Wild West theme, you feel like you're there. You don't see like a wall in the background or anything. Yeah, just the theme and style, exactly. And I think that with the right camera movements and cinematics, we can easily hide that transition. And because they're all data layers taking all data layers in the same route, we're only moving the player's we're not even moving the player's camera while moving between realms. We're just moving the tube to simulate the movement and switching out data layers asynchronously as our loading screen. So I mean, there will be a lot to load, and there will be some shaders to compile, but I think that we can pre-cache shaders to help with pitching, and then async load the realms by moving between them slowly. And for most people on regular SSDs, this should be, we should be able to do it pretty easily. We'll hide that loading screen. That's at least my like technical thought on how we can resolve this, but we have to test it out. Get the bare bones working? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Poor fox just being thrown against the wall. But it does work. 100% works. Yeah, I think it works. I like it. Good work, sir. Are we missing any user stories here? I guess we are. As a player, I don't want trinkets to be overly negative. All trinkets should feel usable, even if they're not usable to me. Yeah, I think those 4 user stories cover it. If anybody's wondering, by the way, user stories are both a part of Scrum, but also game design, I would say, where when you're creating something, you have a goal for it, and you have reasons for it. And for game design, reasons are extremely important to why you're even making it in the first place. And if you can't describe what the point of adding in a new feature is, or how it's supposed to benefit the player, then what the fuck is the point of putting it in the game? So by stating your user stories, you get a perspective of, as a gamer, what is going to be cool about this? How is this going to benefit me? and we know what is the purpose of adding this. So user stories are kind of an unsung hero of game design, and purpose in like your game design documents, I think, is also kind of an unsung thing. But I would definitely recommend, if you are a game designer working on a game design document, always include purpose, goals, or user stories of a feature or mechanic. That way you are aligned with what the point of it is. And if you go off on a tangent and you're talking to somebody about how you could make this mechanic better, you can say, well, here's our goals. Here's what it should do. And that way you don't get too off topic and say, well, hold on, no, wait, that doesn't align with the goals of the system. And you can either reevaluate the goals or say, we should cut here, and that's where the limit of it is. So give me one to publish on mobile platform like iOS, Android. I don't know. I don't know if it would run. I'll tell you that. I don't think we will use Nanite, but it depends. It really depends. I think we will use Lumen, and there's no way in hell I'm gonna get that to run on mobile platforms. Some good GDD technique. Takes a long time. It took me a long time to learn how to write good design documents. A fucking long time. It's not easy. Yeah, I just don't know. I have no experience working for mobile, and I'm not a big fan of the mobile markets, personally. I think that they are extremely competitive. You need a lot of money in order to properly advertise, and you have to spend an awful lot of work optimizing for those platforms that, you know, if you don't have the money to throw up front and put into advertising, your game is just going to be forgotten. So, and especially too, I did mention this, but we are going to be launching in early access. So for sure at the start of early access, English only, PC, and we just want to refine the content, work on that, and then for full release, we're going to do our localization, and then maybe we can start to say, okay, do we have a bit of money here? Do we have gamepad support? Yes or no? And can we add it? And then we can say, do we want to go to like PlayStation 5 or Switch 2, Xbox, whatever. I think that with the mini games, though, it's going to be hard to make proper controls for every single mini game for gamepad. I'm gonna be honest. This game is gonna be a bit of a controls nightmare. Eating rocks is more fun than playing Destiny 2. So my only experience with Destiny, thankfully not the person, but the game, was I played the alpha of Destiny 1 and the beta for Destiny 1. And it was really bad. The game felt so fucking empty. Dinklebot was bland and annoying, and I didn't buy the game because of that, because it felt empty and vapid and pointless and grindy, and because of that I was never interested in Destiny 2. So I don't know if that's true, I don't know if they fixed it, but that was my experience with the Destiny 1 alpha and beta. Trinkets are meant as a casual and optional, but highly recommended way to optimize and increase the rewards for various realms or mini games. Another note for with like game design documents, your purpose is to communicate. Communicating does not always mean using big words. Sometimes using simple words and easy to understand phrases or repetition is a really great way to communicate effectively. So, you know, if you're like writing like a story, you might want to put a lot of flavor into it and, you know, colorful word choices, cool phrases. Writing a design document is purely about communication, and sometimes doing the really simple third grade level phrases and words are exactly what you want just because it is easier to understand. So, another thing I've learned last decade. Actually, played Destiny 2 was fun for the first few hours. Did runs with friends that probably helped. I mean, this is probably playing with other people was much more helpful because I play solo. Rest is just grinding. I think the game is playable with friends, but only up to a certain point. Not some kind of mindless grinders for the next gear score. Trying to live and finish the level was fun. I remember enjoying the the multi-person fights against like the big bosses that could appear. That was cool. I like that. And then you went your separate ways and could go back to solo or group. That was fun. You like War Thunder? Yeah, you would, Kenji. Autistic bastard. Grinded so much as a kid. Now that I'm 18, I can just play for fun without the grind, except all the new stuff, which I don't care about anyways. I've never played War Thunder. Never ever tried it. They provide primarily buffs to the player and are completely re-equipable or changeable. I don't know when you should be allowed to change it. I think you should change it only between realms. Well, in between realms. Without any extra cost. I spelled primarily wrong. I always forget that extra I. That should probably come before provide, yeah. The game is very money hungry. Oh. Get War Thunder ads as much as Red Bull and Coke. Yeah, we do get a lot of War Thunder ads. Like, it seems cool, but for me, I like the combination fighting that you get with like Battlefield. Or even to a certain extent like Squad. I really enjoy. I haven't jumped back into Squad after they upgraded to Unreal Engine 5, but I'm glad to see that they did. I have heard War Thunder is pretty realistic though. Otherwise people wouldn't be sharing confidential or classified documents with the public about it. Should the player find a realm they really enjoy, or even specific minigames they enjoy, they can find it, craft and equip trinkets that will bolster that will either bolster the rewards or lessen the difficulty of them, or both. We might need to put in some notes somewhere about trinket generation for realms and mini games that the player hasn't been to yet. Should we say that the player has to visit a realm once? Okay, maybe we should back up. So the way that I envision realms working is that for any that you have, they're always unlocked. They're always there. You can play any of them at any time. That way you have the freedom to jump into the experience that you want in that day. It's a casual game still. And because of that, the player has access to any realm and any minigame pretty much at any time, we can say. When generating trinkets using gold bars, should the player be able to generate trinkets for realms that they have not visited yet? In my opinion, yes. My reasoning for that is that I think it is a positive motivator to check out a new realm or minigame if you have generated a trinket that is going to make that realm or minigame more rewarding or easier. Conversely, if we want to play devil's advocate a bit, I think that you could argue that you need to visit the realm once, and that way if you are trying to finish, maybe you can target a realm for additional gold bars. Maybe that would be cool. Or even a specific minigame. Would that affect the seed at all, though? Okay, I like it in theory. From a technical standpoint, targeting realms when generating trinkets or targeting minigames might require us to loop through random seeds until we get one that matches the minigame or realm. And theoretically, Murphy's Law here, there's a non-zero possibility that it could take 10,000 or 100,000 loops to actually find a seed that matches that realm or minigame. Non-zero. The more realms and minigames we have, the more likely that that is to happen. We can't really reverse engineer a seed from the player's choices. We have to not with the way that we're doing it, at least. Are we okay with this? We generate the seed, we check the type. The type is linked to a realm and a minigame, or just a realm, or no realm. So we have like enum for realm. It's not impossible that we would have, well, it's, let's say we have 5 realms. If we know that we're targeting a minigame, I think targeting minigame is going to be a bit tougher, because we would first have to generate a seed that matches the realm and then go within the realm and keep checking the seed for whether or not we've targeted a minigame. It's the least technically demanding to just target realm for additional cost. So that maybe if you play the Wild West and you obtain some gold bars and you're like, okay, I want to jump into the Haunted Hotel theme now, I haven't played it yet, let me generate a trinket or two that targets the haunted hotel theme. That way I can go into it with a little bit of an extra, you know, what's the word here? There's a proper word for this. Like an advantage, that's the word. Jesus fucking Christ. The moment you get behind a fucking camera on stream, you forget like 90% of your language. Very embarrassing. So you have this like starting advantage to a realm in that case, which I think is nice. I dare you to put a roach pirate software Easter egg. You know, I think I've only ever watched one short from Pirate Software. And it was just okay. I don't really get why he blew up so much for some of the most generic game dev advice that I've ever seen. And I'm not saying that I don't give generic game dev advice either, but you know, it's like stuff that you would be told from any game dev could tell you. As a normies, I really think it's because of WoW. I think that there's a very niche, active, hardcore community of WoW watchers that will watch anything WoW related and follow anybody WoW related. And because he is WoW related, that community jumped onto him. And, you know, boosted him up a bit, if you ask me. The thing is, you could get great game dev advice from people on YouTube who have made games. Like, there's tons of amazing developers on YouTube who have actually made and released games. Some of them extremely great games, giving advice. So, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Maybe it was just the YouTube shorts. Maybe it's just he hit the algorithm correctly or knew what he was doing with it. What was I doing? What did I just get distracted by? Oh yeah, you can use gold bars to target specific realm when generating. GMTK VODs. I don't know who GMTK is. I don't watch a whole lot of like game dev YouTube stuff. I don't have the time. If I'm watching like anything game dev, it's like a specific thing about how to solve a problem in Unreal. I think his advice can be good for his target audience being young teens and they have nothing to lose by doing it as a hobby who might go on to learn more. I noticed that he was often quite optimistic with a lot of advice he gave, and I think that does resonate with people better. I can't really give optimistic advice, I can only give realistic advice. Oh, game designs? You know, I think I have heard of this like GMTK game jam. I think I have heard of that. I'm just very confident. If I ever tell you guys something that I'm not confident about, I usually tell you. Like, don't trust me, I'm not an expert on this, I'm not confident, take it with a grain of salt. And even then, the things that I'm confident about, I can still be very wrong about. To target a specific realm when generating. I never try to give advice. I don't think that's a bad move at all. I think sometimes it's you have to say something, but if anything, if you're gonna say something, if you want to try to help somebody, I think it's always good to preface that if you aren't sure. Like if I know that pressing something in Unreal will fix a certain problem, I'll say it. If I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I can say, look, I can tell you something. I don't think it'll be correct. You're better off asking somebody who is an expert. As a player, being able to generate random trinkets for realms for a specific chosen realm would make it much more enjoyable to engage with that realm for the first time or attempt to get an advantage. Maybe it's just like confidence sells, right? You know, I worked with a company owner who was really, really, really good at hiring people who were extremely confident and charismatic. And that doesn't mean that they're right. It just means that they were confident and charismatic. And for the people that were right, that was enjoyable. So he was a bad boss? Well, I think he was a good boss, and I think he was a good company owner. In the end, we differed on like company values. I just think that he got duped. He didn't know, he wasn't a game developer. So when he hears somebody talking with confidence and showing him a bunch of numbers or something like that, it can just look authentic. And then, you know, I take a look at those numbers, maybe because it's like somebody's like game design document and it's a spreadsheet of a bunch of shit that doesn't matter. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I have no fucking use for this. Trash. The game isn't even made yet. I don't want to see a spreadsheet of balance. The fuck is that gonna do for me? I have a dev note for you. Sell 5 gold bars for $4.99, but wait, they're on sale for $2.99 and even better, 100% extra bonus bars, but you must buy this unnecessary currency to convert into an amount. Oh, Paxton, did you work on Diablo Immortal by chance? Jesus Christ. Okay, purpose. We need a new section for this targeting. Targeted. I feel like there was one other thing we're missing here. Oh god, what was it? It was... What did I miss? I don't remember. So permanent 2x boost for each trinket. $5 for 1 or 2 trinkets for 7. Okay, you kind of remind me of something. I was talking to my dad on the weekend, and my dad is a good businessman. But he doesn't always have the greatest of game ideas. Now, he was not saying this earnestly. He was just asking if I could do something, and he said, you know, would it be possible to put, you know, maybe like some ads in your game to make some money? And I'm like, whew. Let me tell you why for the PC market, this is the easiest way to kill your game. No, he just wants me to make money. He's just, you know, he wants me to start having some financial success. I'm like, yeah, I'll tell you what. Putting my game at $1 would generate more money than if I put ads in Coin Pusher Reloaded. Note, by the way, we will never do ads. I want to make that clear. Give me Google ads in my driving sim. I think there are some fun ways where you might be able to do sponsors in depending on the game. But again, I think it will have a net negative. Now, I think Kojima does it pretty well. Kojima has a lot of cosmetics in the game that are like real brands, like glasses. And people generally don't seem to think too poorly of that. But I think Kojima chooses specifically things that aren't going to ruin the immersion. So I don't know, I don't know. And I don't want to say that people putting ads in games are bad. I don't want to say that or anything. It's just, I think for the PC market, if you put ads in games, it's very different from putting ads in a mobile game. It just depends. It depends. Like if I'm playing like an NBA game or like a sports game, and I see, you know, those little banners on the edge of the arena for like Coca-Cola, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. But if I see this, if I hear like I don't know, if I see like a Coca-Cola in some type of game where it's just like feels out of place and it's like, okay, I don't know, but it's different. It just depends on the ad, right? Do I have a character in like a cutscene saying, man, I love Panera bread. This is so great. Panera bread. 2-for-1 bread bowls or something. Like, really? Is that really necessary? I guess it depends. Yeah, it's not black and white, right? Shocker, something in the world is not black and white. Who would have guessed? Natural random, we want... targeted. Planet explodes and an ad for home insurance pops up. Okay, I mean, there could be some fun stuff, but I think that you do it to make money, right? But then you also have like Journey to the Savage Planet ads. Was it this game? Yes. This game had in-game ads, but they were really funny. And they were for like fake products.
Introducing Monster Crib Extreme Designer Mobile Nano from Chi-Chi and Gold Muscle. This 12-bedroom primary residence features an XG-class, mega-scaled off-road driving system with 42-foot naturally sourced elite-grade Gangsta Grip tires, 26-karat gold-shielded drive shaft, Le Pipi de Quif champagne gas shocks, and 10 jewel-encrusted 5,000 horsepower turbo-turbine engines by Dolph Pajorian. Explore your vast estate from the comfort of your own ride castle with a top speed of over 188 kilometers an hour. Don't get left in the dust by other mechanized mansions. Live in the lap of luxury at full throttle with the Monster Crib Extreme Designer Mobile Manor from Chi-Chi and Gold Muscle.
Yeah, so that's an advertisement in a game for, you know, something fake, but I love that. I fucking love that and how much work they put into all of those. And they have way more ads too, and they're all just really ridiculous. Yeah, it's really great. I'd love to do something like that in a game in the future. Yeah, nice drive. Dude, it's so fucking... Please use extreme caution when using outdoor and yard areas when operating the ride castle at speed. Fucking ride castle. Monster Crib Mobile Manor is not authorized for public roadways. Please respect all local traffic laws. The Gangster Grip tires is just... I don't know. They even had like a MOBA... Was it this one? I think it was this one.
Golden Fleece Edition. Unrelenting. Pay more, win more. Buy
5 stars. Get all the action with zero the substance. Mobile VRB 17 Golden Fleece will totally blow you away. With over 200,000 combinations of temporary in-game purchases to completely decimate your war chest. Fantasize and customize as we monetize and capitalize in maximum overdrive. Mobile VRB 17.
Just Diablo Immortal.
More action, more destruction, more microtransaction requirements than any other game.
It's unparalleled.
Mobile VRB 17. Golden Fleece. Coming soon from Brain Drain Games.
It's not in the game.
The
Unless you
dude.
separately purchase each character, world, element, model, and texture. Also coming soon.
Fucking EA.
Mobile FPS MMAIDGAF or DHD Double D. The next level in
shit.
hyper-simulated nonsense from Brain Drain Games.
It's my favorite
Not in
genre.
the game.
Funny game. Absolutely funny game and really ridiculous. There was even like a, okay, only one more, but there was like a, like some sex hotline thing or so. Hold on. Journey to the Savage Planet ads. There was like a, this goop. Maybe it's in here. There were the mini monkeys. I don't know if I could find it. Is this isn't all of them. This is only some of them. There was the Meat Buddy. Oh, I think it was this one.
Wanna talk to some of the hottest slime forms in the galaxy?
Yes.
Chat with the most seductive soft bodies in space for a discreet and nebulous encounter. No bones about it. Call
The fidget spinner.
1-900-BLOB-LOVE. Just $2,500 for the first minute
Nice.
and $42,000 for each additional minute. Call the Blob line now.
Additional transplantational rates of blood must be over 622 Zneps to call.
What a world. What a game. Super underrated. Like Adult Swim ads? Yes, that's a good way to put it. Thought it was a bed sheet and stuff was happening. Well, something was happening to my loins. Okay, trinket types. How do we define this? Every trinket that generates has a base type. Usually something not immersive, but something that makes sense for the minigame or realm that the trinket primarily targets. In the example from the overview section, we have these tungsten lockpicks. This is the base type with the final name including the base type as well. This trinket targets the safe cracking minigame in the Wild West realm. In most cases, we aim to have 2 to 3 base types minimum, per realm and per minigame, ultimately resulting in about 20 new base types per realm. I don't really think we need to go into any further details about that, but we'll see. I always aim for about 80 to 90% completion for a design document, because there's no way that you can 100% assume that all of the people reading it are going to understand exactly what you mean when you write it. So there's going to be some feedback, some things that don't make sense when implementing, and you'll need to augment that and fix it up. So trying to perfection, trying to write like a design document to perfection is pointless. It will never happen. Trinket rarities. Every trinket that generates will have a rarity associated to it. These are the following rarities that trinkets can have. Do we want 4? Do we want 5? Do we want a number? I mean, do we want to go like common, uncommon, rare, and unique? Keep it simple, keep it easy. White, green, blue, red. All rarities, except for unique, can be generated randomly. And unique trinkets cannot be created, and unique trinkets are not seeded, therefore they are not, or cannot, be created by other players. These trinkets are usually rewards from in-game achievements, so they often take some amount of work and skill, or work/skill, to obtain. We should note rarities will generate based on the seed of the trinket with a random, or let's see, with a weighted chance that diminishes as rarity becomes higher. He hit the road. What's up? That's a wild emote. Also, if anybody's watching and isn't following us please consider giving us a follow. It really helps us, and we're about to reach 1,000 followers, in which case we will do a 24-hour stream. I would love to do a 24-hour stream of Borderlands 4 when it comes out. So consider giving us a follow. You get updates and news when we go live. And it makes my PP get bigger. And trust me, it really needs it. Rarities will generate based on the seed of the trinket, with a weighted chance that diminishes as rarity becomes higher. To rephrase, common trinkets are more likely to generate than rare trinkets. In addition, trinket rarity ultimately determines the value range for buffs and debuffs. A common trinket is more likely, or a common trinket will generate value ranges for buffs that are not very significant, while a rare trinket's value ranges will be quite significant. When generating debuffs, however, we'll only have a single value range that is consistent across all rarities. This way, common trinkets are not very punishing, but as rare trinkets can generate more buffs and greater, or let's say, and more significant value ranges for those buffs, they become increasingly better. Otherwise, common trinkets would just, I feel like, just be overly punishing. And I'd rather have a more linear scale to trinkets getting better, as opposed to common trinkets always bad. Sometimes they might be useful, especially early on, or if you have nothing better. We'll see. We can always modify it. You know, the good news is, while we're still in development before we go to early access, we can just tweak the generation algorithm, and we don't care about generating the same trinkets from version to version. The reason why I have up here in the image the version number along with the seed is that we're probably going to make you be able to choose either the version number as part of the seed, or you can choose from a drop down the version number with the seed that you have, and that way you can use the same set of value ranges if we tweak them. It's going to be kind of a technical nightmare, honestly, that for this to be allowed, but I have to, we'll have to talk about it, maybe with some programmer friends, or with Kotspur if he knows. We need a way to generate consistently the same trinket from version to version, so that if we add or remove a debuff to the game, or you don't have a DLC unlocked, that we don't have that buff in there, which could be pretty tough. I don't know. It'd be tough. Expect to have at least a dozen trinkets, maybe two. What do you mean? Yeah, we're using a seed. Yeah. It'll be unique, and I want players to be able to use seeds from other players to generate trinkets. So if you have like a really cool trinket and you're like, dude, guys, look at this trinket that I created, and then you can share that seed, and other people, albeit at a higher cost, can use that exact same trinket in their game if they want. It's casual, right? So, and I think that it creates a little bit of a fun community quest to find the best trinkets in the game. And even I won't know what the best trinkets are because it's seeded. Yeah, so it'll be variety. I think it'll help with community. If we can do it correctly, it'll be pretty fun. We can even do some cool stuff with it where we have like best trinkets of the week. And we can post them in a channel, or we can have like a wiki page with really good trinkets for people to use depending on realm or per minigame if people want to min-max like crazy. So the system should be casual and optional, but for the people who like to min-max, want to go after all the in-game achievements, this system will allow for that level of interaction. You're pretty cool about the amount of trinkets. I was asking about, is there like an amount you're thinking of having? Oh, okay. Integer limit. That's the amount. Either 2.1 billion or whatever the integer 64 limit is. But there's still some unknowns regarding the seeding that I don't know how to solve. I know what we want. I can say that. I know what we want. I don't know how to solve it yet. We might even want to put some developer stories in here too. Primarily the technical hurdle is how do we solve it in the data side so that game version or generation version is cooked into the seed. That's the easy part. And then we can parse that. But also, if I add or remove a buff, maybe with a, like with a DLC enabled or disabled, can we ensure that the seed that's being provided does not require the DLC in order to I don't know, it's gonna be, it's just it's a big technical unknown that I don't know how to solve yet. And we will have to figure it out. I didn't mean to do that. Thank God I saved it. It did not save it. It did save it. I pumped a button. Oopsies. I even closed my Twitch chat on accident. There's some like scary buttons on web browsers that if you bump them, they'll just delete everything. Not just for trinkets, and as you said, I have no idea yet how it would work, but I have a feeling it's probably nothing too crazy to figure out. I don't know, it's just, I don't know. And because I don't know, I can't say. I have a feeling it's related to, you know, we would need like different algorithms for different versions. That's okay, it's a casual game. It's not like a PvP game where I have to make constant balance updates with every small little update that we make to the game. I can wait. If something is OP, whatever, who cares? But when we do an update and we have those new changes to buffs or debuffs, so the player enables a DLC or disables it, how do we ensure that a seed with that DLC enabled is going to generate that same trinket. I don't know. I guess what we could do is we could just say, well, you can generate... Well, no, we shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be able to generate trinkets for DLC that you haven't bought yet. That's like a really scummy practice. Here's a legendary trinket that you just created for a DLC that you don't have owned. Do you want to buy it? Nah, fuck that. So I think maybe we need a way to cook in like the DLCs that are part of it as well. I don't know. It's gonna be a big question mark. I can tell you that. I think it's doable. What I want is 100% doable, and I have no idea how to do it. Generated trinkets. Why is this in trinket rarities? I mean, we kind of mentioned that generated trinkets can only be... Do we need this? I don't think so. I think something that is able to update existing game saves when the user has a new DLC, and if they want to use a player's save, they would have to have the DLC. Well, it wouldn't be using a player's save, it would be using the seed. I don't know, it's... If we have one pool of buffs and debuffs over here, and then you add a DLC and enable it, and that increases the pool of buffs and debuffs because you have a new realm that you've unlocked. The same seed pulling from two different pools is going to have different results. We need a way to, I think, both cook in the version number of the game and the DLCs that are active into the core seed so that all of it combined can be parsed by the generation function to figure out exactly which pools of buffs and debuffs should be used to generate. That's the only way that I can see it working. Because otherwise you have randomness on top of randomness, which will only ever produce random, and we need constants that are used to generate random. Yeah, I think we just need some type of way to combine them. Like version number, seed, and then like a unique identifier for each DLC that can individually be parsed, and then for each DLC that's found, we plug in those new, not new, but those separate pools of buffs and debuffs. Yeah. I don't know how it would look. So it's like I said, it's a known unknown. We know we need to do it. We don't know how we would do it. And I think it'd be really cool if we could find some like papers, or maybe I can reach out to some developers, because I think Borderlands has solved this, right? Borderlands, when they generate guns, they have a seed. And that seed is deterministic based on the DLC that it was generated in, or different algorithms for the version that it was generated. And the same seed, when you edit your save and make guns, it works in the way that we want. So maybe I can find a way to reach out to somebody at Gearbox who might have been in charge of that. How the hell am I going to find that person? I have no idea. I guess, random messages on LinkedIn and hope that somebody actually gets back to me. Or try to find like a paper that talks about it. But it's also just over my head. When I read anything about it, I don't really understand it well. So first things we'll do is we'll talk to Kotzer, which we're actually meeting this weekend, he and I, so maybe I can bring it up there. We'll see. I don't know what we'll talk about. Trinket types. Why is this here? We already talked about that. Like 2 sections for trinket types. Rarities. I don't know. It shouldn't be here. ChatGPT. I mean, I did ask Grok just to try and understand the method, and I couldn't understand it. And I don't know if it was telling me the right thing and I wasn't understanding it, or was telling me the wrong thing. So, you know, it's one of those cases where I have to ask somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. Buffs and debuffs. I think I will put that here. Or maybe we can just put in like some technical section below here. Technical, hurdles, and unknowns. Claude might be better. Maybe. I mean, I'll just ask Kotzer first because he's an actual programmer. Unlike me. If you give me the number, I can figure out how to generate it. And I can, you know, work with the data side of it. But I don't know right now how to properly cook that number in a way that's going to be easy for players. Because I don't want it to be super convoluted how to put in that seed. Ideally, we can just put the seed in and the parser can figure it out. But if we have to cook in certain identifying information into the seed, then it is also very easy to break the generation. We can always fall back. But the more consistent and user-friendly we make it, I think the better. He's unemployed due to AI taking his job. Thankfully, AI is nowhere as good as he is. Per version and per DLC. Ideal is to simply copy and paste seed to generate trinket. I mean, we might have to make concessions here, right? We might be able to cook in version number or something. With DLC, I have no fucking clue. I mean, we want players to buy the realms that they actually want to play, right? If a realm is released as a DLC and you don't like that realm, or it doesn't interest you, you can just skip it. I don't think you should be barred from generating a trinket for that realm, but of course it won't be useful, so, you know, whatever. But of course, this can be a bit problematic because I just don't see any way around being able to input a seed and change the pool of possibilities without fucking up the seed algorithm. I don't see a way to do it unless we treat every DLC as basically changing the algorithm entirely. If you enable a DLC, the same seed with that DLC, I don't see any way to make it backwards, like, compatible. I don't know. I don't want to think about it because I can't find a solution to it. We know what we want, we'll find a way to make it work. Trinkets generate with a set of buffs and debuffs that will provide the player with advantages or disadvantages, and disadvantages based on the trinket type. Since types determine buff debuff pools. There should be a leaderboard for worst debuffs. It could be pretty funny. The most shittiest trinkets ever. I mean, I did write down that I want... I don't want there to be like a pure debuff trinket just because it's so casual. But you could end up with like a common one with like some shitty single buff and then 2 horrible debuffs. Which would be funny. Plus 1% coin generation speed. But for a leaderboard in the coin pusher game, you already have. Be nice to compare stats. Yeah, it's just I have to get leaderboards working. I've never worked with like the online ecosystem stuff like that, so one day we'll do some online stuff. But for right now, that scares the shit out of me. Shit. I'm gonna have to solve after work. A recurring payment that I don't want to recur. Those are the worst. Money that I don't want to pay. Thankfully, they sent me a note about it. I thought I had canceled it, but I didn't. So now I need to cancel it. I'm gonna do it. Give me a second. I gotta do that now. I will forget if I go home. My memory's horrible. Game gives player virus. There's been a lot of games that have been giving players viruses. I don't know how it... I think I know exactly how it gets passed. I think I know how it gets past the filter on Steam is because you upload a build, you get it approved, but then you're allowed to like make updates after that build has been approved. And I think that what people are doing is they're getting a base game build approved and then tweaking it to have the virus in it. And it kind of exposes a flaw in Steam's system here. I apologize, give me a second. I'm trying to cancel a payment. That is a lot of money. I never want to pay this company again. Paste. Continue. Two-factor. Okay. How do I do this? Count. Fuck, where the fuck do I do it? How do I cancel it? The hell? I don't understand. Uh-huh. Manage. Jesus Christ, they like hide it in a billion menus. They really like taking your money, huh? Holy shit, dude. You have to press, like, cancel 5 times. My lord. Cancel. Confirm cancellation. Confirm cancellation. Continue cancellation. Ugh. Still better than Adobe, right? Cancel, but then also pay us money for canceling. Your Subway subscription is now canceled. Does Subway have a subscription service? Okay, trinket buffs. Trinkets generate with a set of buffs and debuffs that will provide the player with advantages and disadvantages based on the trinket type. Sense types determine buff debuff pools. Every buff, debuff generates with a random value in a between a min and a max. These ranges being determined by the trinket rarity. In this way, all buffs and debuffs are or maybe we should say buffs and debuffs do not have individual rarities. If they did, it should be for unlimited cookies. I don't know where you live, but I lived in Wisconsin, and we had a regional competitor to Subway called Cousin Subs, which I guess they're still around, and they had cookies as well that I think were even better than Subway's. I like their bread. I think their bread was better too. I kind of miss them. I wish that, I don't know. There's a few things I miss about the US, and for sure Cousin Subs is one of them. And like jalapeno chips. I'm one of those weird people that I get a sub sandwich and I'm super basic. I'm like a 4-year-old. Cheese and meat. That's it. And then a packet of chips. And you put the chips in the sandwich too for the extra flavor and crunch. That's all I need to be happy. I'm a simple man. Any sub sandwich shop is better than Subway. You get everything. Oh, you go for everything. Lettuce, tomatoes, onions, pickles. Some sort of sauce. Bacon. Buff debuff value between the range is determined by seed as well. This ensures consistent generation with the same seed. Not a hard man. No cucumbers or black olives. Everything but those two things. That's pretty wild. Especially like cucumber, because isn't cucumber just kind of like celery, right? Where it's just kind of like watery flavor. Doesn't have a whole lot. Maybe it's the crunch. Well, yeah, but you have like lettuce and stuff with crunch too. Black olives I can understand though, because black olives have a pretty strong flavor. Give me 1 second, I gotta go to the bathroom. Enjoy the music while I'm gone. BRB. Oh shit. Your neighbor's making noises. God damn. Cucumber doesn't feel like it works with the rest of the sandwich. Too much watery crunch stuff. I can get that. For me, like, I wouldn't just eat celery, but I really like it in soups because of the, it adds extra, like crunch and water to it, which is really nice, especially if you are, having to like reduce some things. Depends what you're making, right? Oh, you know what it is? It's almost chili season. I gotta make some more chili. Maybe I will get a pot of that going. I like making crock-pot chili. Some trinkets, and therefore buffs and debuffs, are based around global values, or modify a value that is consistently found in other realms. One example is coin generation speed, as we have coins in all realms. Alright, fine, I'll delete that. Jesus Christ. Helicopter spell check over here. Well, there may be targeted coin generation speed, or a targeted speed buff debuff for some realms. We can have this global one too if the player is wanting to bolster regeneration speed as a whole. Yeah, ask ChatGPT some words of wisdom when it comes to game development. Want to hear and see how true or untrue they are? Yes. Your first idea is rarely your best idea, but your first playable build is worth 1,000 design documents. Yeah, that's actually really fucking true. That's a really good one. Absolutely agree. The gap between it works on my machine and it works for everyone is where careers go to die. Also true. I like both of them. I should start stealing. I could like make a short. Here's a wisdom that's been passed down to me through multiple generations of game developers. And it's just stolen from ChatGPT. I wouldn't do that, but we all know that there will be creators that do that. Of course. Most trinkets will be realm specific, augmenting that realm specifically, or a mini game within that realm. Yeah, I was thinking that I don't like that wording, but I think it's okay. Depending on the trinket type, we then pull from a pool of viable buffs and debuffs. To ensure a potentially usable trinket is generated. And that the majority of what a player encounters, or a majority of the trinkets a player encounters are not trash. Good enough. I think it works. In each realm's design page, you can find a list of buffs and debuffs segregated by minigame that would be usable. Usable is not a good word here. That would be possible based on a realm or minigame's mechanics. Generation. Thankfully, this is a pretty easy design document to write. There have been others where I've been stuck in design documents for 2 to 3 weeks. I remember when I was designing the steam locomotive for Train Life, and we had to basically, I needed to make a minigame off of the realistic usage of steam locomotives. So I had to first understand steam locomotives and how, you know, the power gets generated and like different timings for things and orders, and then build a minigame off of that, which was easier said than done. And it had to be, you know, casual to mid-core friendly. Bit of a nightmare that one was. Seeds generation. Ideally, we generate and use int64 seeds. There are some algorithms to do this. Again, I do not know the algorithms. So we need a seed generation algorithm that works with int64. I know they exist, so it should be possible, but it will be out of my hands, you know, in the programmer's hands. Seeds are the determining factor in trinket generation, consistently delivering consistently generating the exact same trinkets with the exact same seeds. Ideally, our algorithm generates seeds that are int 64 as opposed to int 32 for an increased amount of possibilities. One's number, doesn't it? Fine. Do it. Should we include a section in the design document too about the general balance for it, or? I think we should talk about how often we expect the players to find and mess around with trinkets. I don't know if it's specifically a user story, but it could be. Maybe like... I think 2 user stories it could be broken up into. As a player, I don't want to feel forced to constantly worry about trinkets. Or optimizing my loadout for success. Actually, loadouts were the thing that I forgot that we need to add somewhere. I want to have trinket loadouts for realms that you can choose, and then when you go to the realm, it will just take that loadout. Want to be able to make loadouts of trinkets per realm and even in between realms to optimize my gameplay and make it easy when switching realms. So we need to add... This is very common, by the way. Like, I always recommend, you know, make your notes, then make your design document overview. But as you're writing your design document, you're going to forget some things, or you're going to redo some things. It is what it is. But just having that initial overview and kind of structure to it is going to help you to just get started and focus on one small section at a time. But then you'll remember, oh yeah, I wanted to have loadouts. We need to put loadouts in here somewhere. What if you're given trinkets that have debuffs that make your experience so much worse that you want to do something about it, like get rid of them? Also, what do you think about re-rolling trinket stats? So yes, we have thought about this. There's 2 issues. Number 1, the moment that you start modifying trinkets, the seed becomes pointless, or it can still remain the starting point, but then sharing the seed is not going to mean anything because it's not going to generate the same trinkets. So it's an extra part of like the meta game to trinkets that we could add on if we want, but it will diminish the ability to easily share seeds because you won't be sharing the exact trinket if you've modified it. Yeah, so it's if we didn't have this like sharing thing, I think that we could go down the realm of crafting trinkets, which could be cool too. But there's like a part of me that is like slightly thinking that for a casual game, being able to share seeds is going to have bigger value than being able to craft your own trinkets. If this were more like hardcore or midcore, maybe I think that could be really, like I said, this could be really cool. This could be really cool. but I don't think that they are compatible with each other. If that makes sense. What's a seed? It is something that you plant in the ground to grow crops. I think the ability to reroll would be cool, but also do your limits right now until you have it figured out. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe there's a way that you can... Here's the thing, they're not incompatible with each other. But we would have to separate generated trinkets from crafted trinkets. So it could be kind of cool if you could earn buffs and debuffs that were separate crafting components and piece them together to craft your own trinkets. But these wouldn't have seeds. These would be crafted. So honestly, I'd be all for it. Because number one, it is a massive amount of random things that you could find on tables and earn, right? Like imagine a coin pusher game. Let's pull up an image. Coin pusher arcade game. I'll find a good picture for this. These all kind of suck for what I want to explain, but I will use this one. Or was it? You have your coin pusher game, right? And it would be cool if you have little tokens or something that represent a buff or debuff of a certain value, and these go into an inventory and you could craft that. So, similar to almost like Last Epoch crafting actually is a great example of this. If you've never played, it's a really fucking awesome game. While you're fighting enemies or you are destroying weapons and armor in the game or items, you obtain little shards of the specific buff. And that way you can roll specifically what you want on the item using some forging potential, as it's called. And you have a chance to, for this to cost a certain amount of forging potential or none if it's a crit success. So it's a really cool way to target, add buffs and or in this case only buffs to a piece of equipment in Last Epoch that makes crafting really easy and deterministic, which is great. How you doing, Paul? I saw your the toilet. What was it called? Well, that's the South Park episode. It was really fucking funny. I forgot that was the one with the TSA parody. I think that came out at a time where TSA was starting to do all those like crazy, Reverse Cowgirl was doing all those crazy like body exams in the US, so it was a pretty good parody of TSA just checking random places. I think we could do it. Paxian. I was looking for, were you here yesterday? Or Friday when we were talking about ways to increase the reward space in Coin Pusher realms, and then I felt like we were missing something. Like there was a piece of the jigsaw puzzle. I needs to check your asshole. And I love like the wearing the seatbelt. God, that's such a good episode. I love that episode. Hey Kent, how's it going, man? I used to like these types of upgrade systems, now I don't like them that much. I mean, for an ARPG, I guess it's the bread and butter. Here's the thing, I think that there are some systems that are better than others. What I really like about Last Epoch is that it is really easy to understand and engage in. It's like, okay, you have 1 forging potential remaining, this will cost 1 to 12 forging potential. I'm going to click this button up here to add another tier to my health on kill, because that's what I want out of my build. And I just press it and it works. And there is a chance, a critical success chance down here you can see, that it preserves your forging potential and crafting materials and gives you an additional tier, which is pretty cool. So it's just like, it's actually like, it's like the minimal RNG in crafting in Last Epoch, which I really like, because on the, you have conversely like Exalting and Path of Exile, like Slamming as it's called, where it's just going to add a random buff that you have like very little control over. So it's like, well, maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't be good. And with Last Epoch, you can specifically put what you want on there. So it's like, okay, I have critical strike multiplier, physical damage, health on kill. Man, I wish I just have this blind build. I wish it worked. You can just click on that, add your chance to blind on hit, and start crafting away. It's really, really easy to engage in. I think they did a really great job making a crafting system. So we could do something like that, where you earn those buffs and debuff shards as you're playing. It's possible. I wish some beautiful woman yelled that to me from a balcony. Oh my god. My only concern, Paxi, because I think that this system could be really cool. One concern, one caveat, is that these realms are only meant to take, let's say, have 3 to 5 hours of gameplay. This is my estimate. It could be longer, it could be shorter. Hopefully it's around that or a little bit longer. Because we don't want them to overstay their welcome, right? At some point, you'll get tired of that realm and want to move on. We have a lot of buffs and debuffs. It would be way too many, like, little, it would just be way too RNG dependent if you could get a specific token for number of tumbleweeds available. What if it was simpler? What if it was just tier 1 buff token, and you could then apply any buff you want? Or tumbleweed toss buff token. So that way we limit it to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and maybe 10 token possibilities. That could work. Already thinking about my second game, and I haven't even finished my first. Welcome to game dev. Welcome. Well, anybody else in chat is a game dev and can confirm that this is exactly all we think about. We're like watching a movie or something, and we're like, oh my god, that would make a perfect game. Meanwhile, we're like still in pre-production, or we're working on the vertical slice for our other game. Can empathize. Yeah, we're all there. Especially in the boring parts, like, sometimes adding content is just like a boring slog. You're like, geez, I would love to just prototype a new game right now. What if Paxian, and other people too, shout out when you hear your name in chat. What if we, no, I think that's okay. I think that the buff tokens works. Hey, I just got a tumbleweed toss token, or tumbleweed toss buff token from playing the game, and that's awesome, because then I can craft my own tumbleweed toss trinket. choosing from a list of the available tumbleweed toss buffs. And you know, it's like a tier 3 one, so it's not horrible, but it's not great. It's not a tier 1. And it's going to just randomly generate a number in that. Yeah, you just do like, okay, this is a tier 3 tumbleweed toss token. Let's throw it on and hope for a good value range in that. It's possible. I'm trying to find time to finish the first. I need to get the key and lock system done. Ooh, that's a fun one. If you ever get stuck on anything, just let me know. And if you make a Discord, it'll be really easy to just DM me. Finish a gem and I'm already thinking about the next one. I'm gonna bring back the micro gem. By the way, because I thought that was really cool for Coin Pusher. We'll bring back the micro gem. But it'll be very casual. I like the sound of it. I always play the best music. I think if you type an exclamation point playlist, I think you can get a link to my playlist on Spotify. And these are all OSTs that I have confirmed do not get copyright strikes. You will get claims, but not strikes. There is some custom stuff in here though. My only question, Paxine, is do we want you to be able to craft onto existing trinkets in missing spaces? Or crafting your own trinkets from scratch? How deep do we want to go with it? I mean, or both. How you doing, Athano? I'm not saying that. Mom! Yeah, I think the question is how deep do we want to go? I think crafting onto existing trinkets would be cool. And we already have them, right? So it's
Shiitake?
fair question. Have you seen that, Paul? Game Over Goblin? That's a real voice line from Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's listen to this.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
10 out of 10.
Shiitake?
Shiitake? That is certainly, out of all the choices that exist, that is a choice.
Shiitake?
I am eager.
Back for more mushrooms. They continue to grow with resilience.
Just know that when Ghost of Yote comes out, I will be playing it in Japanese. with English subtitles. That's real, yeah, it is real. You think it's good? I think it's humorous. I mean, it's memorable, I guess, in some ways that is exactly what you want. I wouldn't call it very immersive, though. The way God intended. Yeah, I like playing games like that in the immersive way. Like, we played Stalker 2 in Ukrainian, and that was absolutely incredible. I think the Ukrainian voices in that were really, really good. I heard the English. If you play Stalker 2, don't play it in English. That'd be my recommendation. Okay, chat. Do we have two systems, craft your own trinkets or generate random trinkets? Or do we allow you to generate random trinkets and craft your own onto that, nullifying the original seed or very clearly showing the crafted buffs? I'm kind of leaning towards crafting onto existing trinkets and not crafting from scratch, just because I feel like these are two separate systems. Granted, if we have this, by the way, it's very easy to do the crafting from scratch, so it could be added on later. It's not like we are saying no to it forever, but just I think it's better to include it all in one, so that you are just thinking of trinkets and not thinking of random trinkets versus created trinkets. But I could be wrong. You still wait for Stalker 2 to be patched? As far as I know, Stalker 2 is running pretty fine now. The only thing that I am wishing for with Stalker 2 is I think they're going to upgrade the game to Unreal Engine 5.5. Hoping for 5.6 even further. A little hard to see this, isn't it? The game is good. I mean, I had a really good time playing it, and I didn't run into a whole lot of issues. But I think some of these are going to be really awesome. Night vision devices, binoculars, more A-Life updates, new anomalies, great. New missions, awesome. More weather. More difficulty, oh boy. These all look absolutely fantastic. Immersive display mode. I don't know, I'm excited. I really enjoyed the game. I thought the story was way better than I was anticipating, and I'm looking forward to playing it again when the new update comes out. Like the new DLC, story DLC. Have predefined crafting for each trinket instead of crafting from scratch. I'm thinking that if we... Let me go back to trinkets real quick. We have this, right? This trinket rarity of 1 to 2 buffs, 0 to 2 debuffs. We always have 4 being the maximum. What if at any point you have fewer than 4 buffs or debuffs? You can craft something onto it. So ideally, you get a common trinket with 2 buffs and 0 debuffs. And then you can craft 2 additional buffs onto that. Or if you get an uncommon with 2 buffs and 1 debuff, you can put 1 more thing onto it. And they're always buffs. The crafted ones are always buffs. But you cannot replace a debuff. You can only fill in the empty slots. And therefore, like, a rare trinket with 3 to 4 buffs is great. Even if it has 3 buffs, sometimes it might be better, because then you can craft whatever you want on it. And unique trinkets cannot have any crafting done to them. How does that sound? Oh, the NPC pop-in was really annoying. That was one of my biggest pet peeves with the game. Yeah, and the missing a life stuff was also annoying. I mean, those two things aside, I think the game was still really incredible for me as a big Stalker fan. But I'm kind of tempted to replay it again when like a new story DLC comes out, but it is a long game. That was a fucking long game. It was a good game, but it was really, really, really long. I think longer than any of the other Stalker games. Yeah, dude, it's like 70 hours for main and extra. I was not ready for how long that game was, but it was really enjoyable. And the story too, just the way that the story had a lot of like really cool branching choices and multiple endings, I wasn't expecting that. Only have max of 4 buffs, debuffs. Crafting is always adding buffs. Cannot replace existing. Crafting fills in any missing slot. Trinket with only 2 buffs means 2 slots. Trinket with 2 buffs and 1 debuff is 1 slot. Derail. I do get derailed pretty easy. But it's okay. You know, we're gonna be doing Borderlands 4 on Friday, right? I don't really have anything big to jump into in the game right now, so just writing up design is okay. And there might even be 1 or 2 days that we need to take this week for Into the Chasm, based on some feedback from LD. So we have enough things to do before Borderlands 4, and then we can just kind of chill out. But if we were to get about 14 more followers, I will do a 24-hour stream of Borderlands 4, which will probably kill me. And depending on the level of cringe with the writing, I've heard it's better, but you know, Borderlands 3 has scarred me for life. If you allow 2 extra craftable buffs, that could be fine, but if the user's trinket doesn't come up with the max amount of buffs, any remaining slots are then used as crafting. That can work as well. Imagine the issues and differences with that. Yeah, we'll see how this feels. We'll see what it feels. I think we'll have to iterate upon the trinket system a couple times. But it sounds cool, and being able to craft your own buffs onto it sounds really cool. Though I think we found a way to merge the idea in that works. And in addition, we have now opened up the reward space for these tokens, if we want to call it that, these trinket buff tokens or whatever, which will significantly increase the amount of table items that we'll have, and I like that. And Trapdoor the Raptor. This I like, though. This I like. Crafting. We'll need an overview. We'll need crafting tokens. Impact on seeds. Trinket Talk makes you want to go play some PoE, right? I've been playing a lot of Grim Dawn recently. Again. I only have one character that I ever beat the game of Grim Dawn on, but I never played the DLCs. So I made a new character again, and I'm playing through Grim Dawn, and I really like the game. It's so good. Crafting limitations. We'll have to add more to this document once we get to the low level. But for now, this is good enough to understand what we need to make for the system. That'll work. Document's getting a lot longer than I thought it would be, but pretty normal for game design documents. I don't know what those chaos bots are up to. Weirdest damn thing in the world. What did I do? Oh, I banned the term long-live chaos. So it hit the filters. But I can choose to allow it if I want. They always find a way around the filters though, so. That, and there's a Q word that I don't allow in chat. If you know, you know. And it's not queer. We allow that in chat, but, you know, obviously, let's not be calling each other queer. Not very nice. Not quest. You can search all the Q words. It's one that you may not expect.
Wrong.
Wrong. You call your male friends queer when they're acting queer. But you wouldn't call a gay person queer. Overview. It has to do with math. There's your hint. Crafting tokens. Crafting limitation. Impact on seeds. I don't know if you guys will ever be able to figure it out. Oops. We also need trinkets, capacity, and trinket loadouts. It's not queef. It has to do with math. When are you queefing in math? Guys, I might have a sponsor, okay, for the first time in my life, so we can't be talking about queefs. Trinket loadouts. Oh, that was good timing. You're just gonna ask ChatGPT for mathematical keywords. Here's another hint. No, I won't give you another hint. Figured out. Idiot. We'll need to, I guess, reconfigure some of the overview to discuss crafting as well. Can be generated. Earned. Terms that the player can generate, can be generated, earned, or crafted to provide, but well, it's not really. No, I don't like that. Go back. Trinkets can have a potential for modification depending on if they have room for new buffs. More on this is discussed in the crafting section later in the document. The keyword is quaternion. You're not allowed to say the word quaternion in chat. I have too much trauma over quaternions. Every time I need to solve some angle problem in Unreal, it always comes down to quaternions. It's the most annoying piece of shit thing ever. That's the Q slur. Okay. Can you well, if I type it, it won't get banned, but if you type it, it will get banned. Like the message will get filtered. It's not like you're gonna get banned for saying it. It's just a joke thing. Should we include a crafted like slot here? Maybe. I could do it. That word, I've seen it before. I hope you never have to deal with quaternions. I really, really hope. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And you, in fact, are my worst enemy. You piece of shit. Oh, time to go into my chat. I thought I banned it, didn't I? Or did I just joke about it? Maybe I banned quaternions. Where's my filter? Auto mod and message filtering. Blocked terms and phrases. Oh no, what I did ban was threat was threat interactive. Well, quaternion should be there too. We don't want that. Get filtered. So basically, a quaternion is a way to quaternionation. Dono. It's a way to visualize angles on like a sphere, as opposed to it's like a 3D way to visualize angles. And it is very useful in angle math and smoothly interpolating between angles, especially in Unreal, where you have that 0 to 360 and then back to 0, because you can't just like lerp between those. It'll cause like weird shit to happen at the 0 to 360 mark. So you have to use quaternions to properly lerp between that. And I think how it works, and I could be wrong, is it splits up a sphere into quadrants that are each like represented by like 0 to 1. And so it's a very smooth interpolation between any point on that sphere to represent the angle. As far as I know. That could be entirely wrong though. So don't quote me on that. I didn't hear about it either until we had to solve problems with angles and that snapping, and every time I have to dive into it, it confuses the shit out of me. My mind, I don't know, my mind doesn't think like that. The player, I want to be able to craft additional modifiers onto my trinkets that can make them even better. So we'll move this up. I'll move this up to don't really have a lot of space, do we? Probably should make it bigger. Can I extend the canvas? Yeah, I can. It's a little bit visible. Who cares? Crafted. No, not quaternion. I didn't mean to press that. I meant to press Control B. Oh, God. Jump scare. Fucking hell. I don't think that's big enough. I think we had it at 18. What is that? Stop asking me about quaternions. I don't know shit about quaternions. All I know is that they are very useful. Or times you would want them to be useful. Use Quaternions. Don't understand what they are. It is an alien race. Anybody who understands Quaternions is an alien race. You're right. God, you're always right. Probably because you're a man, to be honest. Rapid trinket. Oh, this is achievements. Hold on. Me, I'm smart. I think we'll put the crafted ones in like a different color so that they're very easily visible. And then what we'll do is we'll put a little asterisk next to the seed. Good sniff. I have to fart first though. And that way it'll denote that this seed has been modified. You know, it's been modified by the inclusion of the crafting. Wasted my sniff. I have some really fun sound effects that you can chain to do some really weird things. Not so much that one.
I'm gonna come.
I love that one.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Maybe I'll get Discord open. That one's a good one to fuck with people. Come to Poland. Bobor kurwa. Grunt, moan, fart, sniff, splash. Shiitake. Is that how shiitake mushrooms are made? I need to add some more sound effects. Oh, it's an inward mention. Sorry. I'm confused there. You're swelling up right now. Ooh, nice. You're queasing? What the fuck is queasing? It's in the EMT episode of the new season of Sunny. No, I haven't watched. I wanted to mention that too. I haven't seen Always Sunny since. God, I don't even know. Oh, you don't want to be spoiled for episode titles, probably. Gotta be careful. I think I stopped watching. Hold on, I won't look at the episode titles. I think it was like season 15 I stopped watching. No, season 14 I didn't. I stopped watching. So anything past season 14 I haven't seen. Oh, you're pretty up. Okay, you're pretty up to date then. Okay, good. I don't want to spoil those. This season is good so far? Okay, so they can just kind of like a couple of mass seasons, but it's back to their old hijinks. I should catch up with it then. That's really good to hear. In addition to the generated buffs, debuffs shown in black, just how I like my men, there's one crafted buff. This is shown in gold, and then the seed for the... Gotta do responsible stuff. Yeah, take care, man. It's good seeing you today. Have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna shill for him when he leaves. But he is a reactor on YouTube. He's really cool. Great channel. Jordy nerd. Watches a whole bunch of cool shows and movies, and he's really chill and fun. You guys should go watch him. And if you want his Patreon, he has like the cheapest Patreon ever. It's like $1 or $2, I think, is whatever the minimum is. Really cool dude. Really cool dude. The seed for the trinket is given a gold asterisk. Show to players when screenshotting the share. That the crafted modifier is not part of the original generation. I like that. I watch a lot of reactors on YouTube, and it's sometimes you find ones that are like, you know, they'll watch like something controversial or that requires some just mid-level of intelligence to understand, and they won't get it, or they'll be upset about it. Just really frustrating. Or they'll hear like, I don't know, some like edgy joke in a movie or something, and they'll be like, ah, that's so offensive. And so, you know, one thing I really like about Paul is that he's okay with the offensive shit. I can just watch him and know that I'm not gonna have to like sit there and roll my eyes at somebody taking something too seriously. Purpose. I should say we should add to the purpose having the ability to craft additional modifiers onto trinkets. Opens up further reward space in the realms and minigames as well. This comes in the form of crafting tokens, explained in the crafting section of the document. Yeah. You know, it's been a long time since I got stuck in like a traditional design document. Very, very long time. I kind of like it. I just don't like doing it for too long. Kind of boring. It's fun to flesh out a system. It's fun to explain it and have the team understand what we're wanting to do, but at the same time, I love to prototype. I love being an engine. We'll be fine. I gotta keep going with it. And, you know, we'll continue it tomorrow. I think we'll have to continue it tomorrow because I don't think that I'll get done with it today. But we'll see. You're adding to your GDD? I have a love-hate relationship with GDDs. I don't know. I don't like writing them too soon. I feel like it's almost impossible to write a GDD without doing some prototyping. And I see some places, oh, you have a game idea, write your GDD first. I'm like, no, don't do that. I feel like that's the most challenging and impossible thing ever. I do recommend, hey, you know, just write some notes first. Figure out what you actually want to make. And it doesn't have to be super organized. And then from those notes, extrapolate a gameplay loop. And the pillars of what's important to your game. And then from those, create your one sheet. And I think if you have a one sheet, you can just jump into prototyping from that. Figure out your unknowns, you know, determine what your technical hurdles are going to be. And then once you feel like you've answered enough questions and found the fun, you can kind of reverse engineer the GDD from that. But it's a living document, so you use it along with your prototype to enter production and work on your vertical slice. And then when you're done with your vertical slice, you probably need to come back and update your GDD, flesh it out, you know, make your technical design document, all your pipelines, document those, all your tools, so that you know how to teach them and get new employees understanding how to use them, because that helps with onboarding. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I don't feel like advice for starting with GDD is good advice. Not that you are saying that, but I've seen that said before. Seeds are numbers used for... Is PRNG... Don't you do like lowercase PRNG? Or is PRNG all capitals? It's all capitals for pseudo-random, okay. And we'll link to the wiki document, because why not? Never know if somebody doesn't understand it. Many ways to go about making one, this is true. Starting simple is the easiest and probably best way. I mean, you've watched the same Tim Kane videos and gameplays on how to make your GD, that's what I'm going off of. Yeah. Yeah, I also say the same thing. I don't think there's any right or wrong way to like design a game or to document. For instance, I mean, if you have an artist and the best way to communicate ideas is through pictures for that person, fine. I mean, if it's just you and that artist and that's the way that you guys work best, that's what your design documents should be. But you know, you're usually working with such a large team and variety of personalities that it's a combination of all those. And depends on like the system or mechanic you're documenting. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. Sometimes a flowchart is. or a algorithm, you know, like a function, or a table of example values. I've used that before. Like, here's a table of your starting values, and here's how they change when the player does this. Some things are harder to prototype when not kind of clearly detailed first. I agree. For example, RPG battle system needs you to know what you want first. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just, I think it's exactly what Paxine says. There's no proper way to do it, which is kind of what I love about game design, is that it's not a settled science. And every game is just going to require, it's going to be its own challenge. So I'm always doing something new in game design. My programmer friends, though, I can tell you that a lot of them hate that because they like to operate with some amount of, you know, assurance and guarantee. And when, you know, I tell them about game design, I'm like, yeah, so you will be sure about nothing, and the greatest design document and idea could end up being the worst thing for reasons that are out of your control. Have fun. Enjoy being, and you'll be paid very little. Used in PRNG algorithms, produce the same results each time. This allows us, for randomly generated trinkets, to use the same supplied seed to generate the exact same trinket every time. Why does it not like? The adverb randomly doesn't require a hyphen. Yeah, but they're not separate. Randomly generated is one thing here. Hyphen usage can be so... Fuck you, I'm using the hyphen. Fuck you, your red underline. I'll do what I want. This is my document. The first and most common generation method is random. We generate a random seed, and with that run our algorithm to determine the resulting trinket. The following parameters are all seeded, meaning that their outcome is determined by the provided seed. You guys find this interesting, just watching me do this? I think it's kind of disgusting that you guys enjoy watching somebody just write a design document. In fact, I judge you all worse now because of it. We can just delete the trinket part of that. Do type Buffs, debuffs, rarity. Buff, debuff value. From range. Rarity determines range. Seed determines value in range. Is this the right order? Number of buffs, debuffs. Range of values determined by rarity. Exact number determined by seed. So ultimately the seed is what is driving all aspects of the natural generation, and we have some additional controllable parameters in there, like the rarity determining the number of buffs or debuffs on there, and then we can choose between those ranges for the final outcome. But it will all end up being deterministic from the seed, since the seed is determining the rarity, and then the seed is also determining the values for that rarity. So a little bit of controlled randomness in there. I think we need to include the ranges here for rarity, or maybe just include that in rarity. Trinket rarities. I always recommend too that if you're making like a design document, when you're done with it, reread it and then reread it again. You're always going to miss something. The structure in which a GDD can be made, like to showcase to investors in your team. Agree. And yeah, those are two very different things of what you want for investors versus team. Ultimately, if it makes sense to you, then you can kind of do what you want, but there's a structure. I guess it would be at the core design pillars, core mechanics, player experience, game vision, technical framework, or some way to describe. Yeah, I think that's absolutely... I always include... And I don't see other companies doing this, but I do it. You could argue that maybe you should include this in separate documents, but I always like to include a first section of the core game info, which includes like a summary, a story if that's relevant, the camera perspective, art style, players, target audience, genres and tags, an outline of the gameplay, then the gameplay loop. We go over the pillars, gameplay percentages, selling points, moods and emotions, inspiration, competing products if relevant, technical game information, which obviously can be more detailed in a separate document if you want, like input hardware, engine, rating, platforms, launch style, PPU. I always like to put those just because those help to frame a lot of what the game is and who it's meant for. And then we actually start talking about, you know, like the lore or the gameplay. I see design pillars and game pillars often thrown around interchangeably. To me, I always kind of see them as the same thing. It always resets my view. I hate this side-to-side view. One page me, please. I've seen one company, and this is, I don't think they were doing it right. I get why they were doing it, but they kind of used like design pillars as things that you know, like normally things that you wouldn't want to go against when you're designing things and when you're making systems and mechanics for the game. But then they had like game pillars, and these were kind of like selling points. And if you ask me, it's because they were separating unique selling points and game pillars as selling points, when arguably I'd rather just have selling points, some of them being unique, some of them being unique mixes, and some of them just being points to help sell the game. I don't like the focus on trying to find unique selling points when arguably a lot of what can sell a game is not unique. It can just be things that are great to market. I mean, there's nothing new or unique about seeds and weather patterns changing a game. But for a game like Cauldron Chronicles, this was a selling point. Yeah, it was weird. I mean, yeah. Kind of cringe, yeah, it kind of was. I don't know. When I try to mentor juniors nowadays, I just say, like, look, some of your selling points are going to be unique. Probably most of them won't be. And that's okay. Because it's you have a unique combination of selling points that make your game unique. And I think to me, like, what makes a game unique is the combination of selling points and how they're presented, and in what way they're presented. Funny how far they would bring it. It was kind of weird. Well, this is also a company that didn't make gameplay loops or pillars. You know, take from that what you will. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna be taking the same things out of that. When I realized this, you know, my face was just like... And wouldn't you guess? Wouldn't you guess, Paxian, that the team and all the members had very different ideas of what the game was meant to be, and there was no consensus. Funny how that works. What was I talking about? Trinket rarities. Oh, trinket rarities determine a range of potential, or determine a number range of potential buffs and debuffs that can generate on the trinket. For instance, a common rarity trinket, or let's say trinket of common, well, whatever. A common rarity trinket can generate with 1 to 2 buffs and 0 to 2 debuffs. A rare trinket can generate with 3 to 4. Was it 3 to 4? Was it 2 to 3? I think it was 2 to 3. No, it's 3 to 4. 3 to 4 buffs. Forgot to mention that up here. We could include also like unique. Individual, no rules / restrictions. Common is 0 to 2 buffs. Or I'm sorry, 1 to 2 buffs. And 0 to 2 debuffs. Uncommon is 2 to 3 buffs. 0 to 1 buff. 3 to 4 buffs. I think, you know, it's when you're working in like a company, I think that there's a good saying that I you know, like to live by nowadays, where if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. And unfortunately, being the smartest or only designer at a company is really, really damaging to the amount of growth you can make, because you don't really have, you can only really rely on your like intuition and introspection, and they only really take you as far as there's no surety to any of it. You can't really assume that that's going to be the driving force behind doing things the right way with game design. And it's really hard here in Poland to find good mentors for game design. So I don't know. If somebody offered me an opportunity to work at like some company where everybody had like 30 years of experience each in their field, and they're like, you're gonna be the new junior, even though you have like 10 years of experience, we're gonna call you junior. I'll be like, I don't give a fuck what you call me. Let me work. Let me learn from those 3-decade old grizzled veterans. Because I just feel like my velocity for learning would be so steep. It would be amazing. Mythic artifact, cursed and finally developer exclusive. Technically, we could make some reserved seeds that generate unique trinkets. Technically. Not out of the realm of possibility. We can hide some in there. Design is like software design, especially when it comes to groups of people working together. In what way? I probably agree with you. I need to I need you to reword that. Do we have anything to say about natural generation? We can't assume that it's self-explanatory. But we might have kind of, at this point, when the reader gets this far, they might get the idea. We generate a random seed, and with that run our algorithm to determine the resulting trinket. Following parameters are all seeded, meaning that their outcome is determined by the provided seed. I don't really have anything else to add to that at the moment. I'm gonna leave it there. Targeted. When generating, the player will have an optional field. That's not how you spell field. Field where they can choose a realm. By default, this is set to any. by choosing any other realm, the generated trinket will end up being specifically for that realm, ensuring that let me just be repeating what this has already said. The generated trinket will end up being specifically for that realm. We accomplish this by re-rolling seeds and checking the resulting realm, or I guess the resulting type, each associated with a realm. I mean, technically we could say that realm is a determined factor too, and from realm we also seed. So we seed realm and we seed type. It's just if we have to keep re-rolling, like we said earlier, there is the Murphy's Law aspect to it, where even with 6 realms, let's say, if we have to keep re-rolling seed and checking for a realm, there is a non-zero chance that that could go to infinity. I guess you could say that it's, if we assume even distribution of the pseudo-random number generation, then 1/6 of all numbers are going to be for a specific realm in that case, if we break it into 6. It's just, it could still be problematic. So this might have to be cut. Notch figured it out from Minecraft? Did he? Did they? Oh, about seeds? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do with seeds. Because inevitably by adding a new realm, we have changed the pool of outcomes. And by changing the pool of outcomes, all of the seeds generated are now defunct. And that's why you would need to have different algorithms based upon game version, upon DLC that's available. And I feel like that's a lot of complexity to add to the system and to players when they're trying to figure out what to, like how to regenerate a seed that they see posted online. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is what we want, and I think that it is possible. But it's gonna be a big tech spike in Scrum terms. We need to do a lot of investigation and probably some testing to figure out how we can accomplish it. But I imagine it is possible. Like I said, Borderlands does it somehow. Borderlands somehow has figured it out. And probably other games too. Hold on a sec. All right, we will have our first sponsor. That's pretty exciting. I'll have to get that set up for tomorrow. I'm pretty excited about that. Hey, Buster D. I just jumped in and don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about seeds. Only algorithm you need is add unique to array, get random from array. I wish. I really would kind of prefer that. Well, so we're making a seeded trinkets, right? Like equipable items. And we want players to be able to use seeds from players to generate the same trinket. This is great. This is doable. If we never change the pools of possible buffs and debuffs or realms or whatever. But we plan to do that, of course. We plan to expand on the game. And an old seed needs to generate the same trinket even with this new pool of outcomes, which is not how seeds work. So we kind of have a technical issue here that we don't know how to solve, but you know, it's something that we can look into. Plus, you didn't do random number generation, generate a series of pre-made. Well, it would definitely be easier if we just did pre-made, but I think this will be really cool. I mean, I think Minecraft handles it by rarely ever changing their generation algorithm, right? And when you generate new chunks in Minecraft, it uses the latest algorithm or the algorithm it's been built on. But old seeds are not regenerated unless you tell it to. So Minecraft gets away with it that way, but Borderlands, I know, gets away with it somehow by modifying pools of possible outcomes. Because if I can only say very briefly and high level, because I did do some gun generation in Borderlands with a save editor, that they use a seed and they use this. I think the seed determines the parts of a gun and they mix and match parts. So you might end up with like a shotgun with a scope or a shotgun with just iron sights, but it's all determined by the seed. And those parts then determine the stats on the gun. But they somehow have built in the, what am I thinking? The like the algorithm, the generation algorithm into the seed itself, so that old seeds still work. Well, we asked AI and I don't think it was giving me the right answer. And if it was the right answer, I still wasn't understanding it, so I need to talk to Kotspert about it. Expand the seeds that every DLC and just add without the player knowing zeros after old seeds to classify. This is not impossible. You're right, this is not impossible. I think that that is a potential solution. I don't know. We need to investigate it. I'm nearly 100% sure it is solvable. I have 0% knowledge of how we are going to solve it or could solve it. Shut up. Accomplish is not a difficult word. Shut up. You try. Each associated with a realm. We accomplish this by re-rolling seeds and checking the resultant type, each associated with a realm. Re-rolling until the generated realm matches our targeted one. And also the what is it? The sponsor that we're gonna have on stream is Proton, which I'm pretty excited for. I will never take a sponsor on this channel, by the way, for something that I wouldn't promote. But Proton is pretty cool, and I've heard good things about it. And they're going to set me up with an account so that I can use the product myself. Yeah, I got a sponsor. It is a sponsor that is affiliate sponsor. So if you guys were to purchase a subscription with my affiliate link, you guys will get a discount, and I will get some of the money. So that would be pretty cool. You use their email and VPN service. I think I'm going to be primarily promoting Proton Pass. but maybe some of their other things too. Just depends. But I'm excited. I'm excited. I really want. I do want to try their email because I've heard that their email is very nice. I've never tried their VPN, and I'm very much open to trying out a new password manager because I use one now, and it's okay. But maybe theirs is more integrated and more featureful. Not that you were. Well, it's good not to do illegal things. Apart from that one aspect, the rest of the generation follows the same rules as natural in the section above. Okay, easy. Forced deterministic. This method of generating trinkets involves the player foregoing the natural or targeted generation methods and instead using a custom seed to produce a trinket. You have some of the best free VPN service when it comes to speed. I haven't ever found a big need to use VPN. I used to use it back in the States when it was more common for like a ISP to bitch at you about torrenting. Haven't had that problem here in Poland, so I haven't needed to do it. But you know, they send you those scary letters and it's like, okay, I'll just get a VPN so I can avoid the scary letters. Don't use it for much anymore. This is most often the case when the community is sharing strong or interesting trinkets for others to use. This method will cost more gold bars than natural generation, but can provide you with a specific outcome. Which makes it highly valuable if you know what you're going to get. We'll note in like the technical hurdles and unknowns the fact that we don't know how to handle that. I won't put that up here. Naming and renaming. When a trinket is generated, we use a function to determine the name based on the buffs and debuffs on the trinket. As we have what is the minimum? We for sure always have it's 1 to 4. Okay, so as we can have more than, I should mention that later. The name will always include the base trinket type as shown in the opening section with the, was it tungsten lockpicks? I think it was. Hey Sean. Been a while, how you doing? I cannot guess though, but did something good happen, I hope? Hopefully nothing bad happened. You're doing great. I'm doing one day at a time. It's good, just a lot of work. Not sure if it's good or bad, okay. Well, I mean, neutral I guess is better than bad, right? It inflated my ego a tad though. Ugh. That can be dangerous. What happened? With an appended prefix or suffix. And or suffix. Your first, what's SF? Tech startup reached out to get me in team for work? Oh shit. What are you gonna be doing there? Oh, in San Francisco? Will you be having to move and live in San Francisco? Hopefully not. Oh, some QA testing, very nice. What do you think about passives and actives for trinkets, or that's just overkill? I think that they we're just gonna stay to passives for now. However, mentioning that has been very smart, and we need to put that here, that provide passive buffs and debuffs to various parts of the game. So by mentioning that, thankfully you have made the document more accurate. There will be some active skills, but it will be dependent on theme. So these are just kind of equip and forget. Right up until you need to like modify it or something. NG Tantai 1001, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you for getting us closer, a little bit closer to 1,000 followers. And once we reach that, we're going to do a 24-hour stream. So if you're watching and you aren't following us, please consider giving us a follow. It means a lot. And hopefully you enjoy the content that we're making. And then you can see me kill myself playing Borderlands 4 for 24 hours or something. Other than saying not in core team, they're building new UGC platform, and artificial intelligence had to censor in case I trigger someone. Nah, man, work is work. You gotta make money. Especially if you're starting out in the industry. Do what you need to do. That's pretty cool. Are you gonna take it? Does it pay well? And I mean, honestly, if you don't have to move to San Francisco to be part of it, I would think that that is a good thing. I've been to San Francisco a few times. I wouldn't really want to go back. Appended prefixes and suffixes are determined from the buffs and debuffs, each generating a random, or we should say if a debuff is on the trinket, we always choose one of the debuffs to represent in the name. The other available prefix or suffix is taken from one of the buffs. When choosing which to represent and which suffix prefix to, or we can just say which affix to use from the table of options, we use the seed to keep regeneration of the trinket consistent. No, it's not redundant. Shut up. Not sure, it depends what they offer, but got added to Team Discord and it's just QA testing. They said that they have VC funding they need to spend and want to get some QA testers that are experienced in UGC. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't believe who it was that reached out to me about it. You might know if you were a COD player back in the day. I was not. But that sounds like a pretty cool opportunity and something that you might be able to leverage if, you know, you want to leverage that in the future, that it would be pretty good leverage for some other type of job. I think that's awesome. Hopefully you don't have to move. But I mean, I would assume that maybe the pay is pretty damn well. It's a San Francisco startup. You have to make a lot of money to be based out of San Fran. Yeah, the connections too. Ex-NVIDIA guys in there and shit, it's cool. Don't have to move. That's awesome. Well, dude, my fingers are crossed for you. That's an amazing opportunity. You are riding the waves of success, and it's awesome to see. Don't be like me and jump off the surfboard just to see what happens. Don't recommend that. Not a great way to live. All thanks to me telling you to go to Unreal. I wouldn't place any of the success on me, I'll tell you that. But it is kind of fun how the butterfly effect works, isn't it? Wasn't it back in was it when I was making Cauldron Chronicles or when I was playing Pacific Drive that happened? It was a long time ago. It's the very start of CC, Jesus Christ. And tell me I wouldn't be working in Unity, or you would be working in Unity still, trying to make shit indie games. It's okay. In your stead, I'm making shit indie games too. I mean, we did release a game though, and it's doing pretty well. I'm very happy with the outcome of this so far. We're positive. I'm happy with that. Anything above 70, I'm happy with. You'd be doing game jams still. Game jams are always useful. But hey, dude, I think that if you take this and it works out well, you'll have so many amazing people in the... Yeah, and also Unity isn't bad. But, you know, you'll be there learning from some people with exceptional knowledge. And you can just leverage that. I mean, shit. I mean, maybe by the time you're ready to move on to something else, I'll be looking for some assistance and maybe you'll fit the bill. So, we'll see. I hope I have some money to spend in the future. Because right now I got like 20 bucks I can spend. Maybe 30. That's my budget. If a debuff is on the trinket, we always choose one of the debuffs to represent in the name. The other available prefix or suffix is taken from one of the buffs. When choosing which to represent and which affix to use from the table of options, we use the seed to keep regeneration of the trinket consistent. At any time after the player has generated the trinket, they are free to rename it as they wish. This is separate to the seed, of course, and is purely a local update. That works. Be full circle if I end up working under you. That would be the butterfly effect completed. I could then say it was like, it was my master plan. That way I don't have to teach him and pay him until he's actually ready to make good games. Get teams whenever you can. Sue message me. You might know him or you might not know. Okay, I'll look at my phone. Just so I assume that it's probably, you know, some private info, right? I have heard of this person. That's pretty wild. Hey, best of luck, best of wishes. I think do we need to include anything about like trinket inventory yet? Probably not. But we could always include the section and just say it's not, you know, it'll be determined later, like TBD. Trinket inventory, TBD. No point solving this until VS. All right, crafting, which we just came up with today. So we're gonna have to work through some design here, mid-writing. You waiting for the GTA stuff I told you about a while ago? Still waiting for that? Well, yeah, you have been locked in. You've been making a lot of progress. I hope you're not burning yourself out and keeping healthy. Hey, Rice Boil. How you doing? Not burning out at all. How old are you again, Sean? Because you might be in the phase of your career where you aren't burning out yet. Yeah, you might be getting to your late 20s, early 30s, and then we'll see about your burnout. Just got home and showered and made dinner. I'm jealous. I want to goatee someday, dude. I do too. Even if it's just like one small place that considers my game goatee, I fucking want that too. But I want to earn it, you know? I want to work with a team where it's just, this is the goatee team, and we make something that is considered at that level. Crafting. You know, let me go to the bathroom and then we can chew on crafting a bit. We're making good progress today, though. We've written a lot of shit up about. I feel good about this system. I feel really, really good about it. You have to sell a game to make goatee. This is true, yeah. And that's already a very tall order, is to make a complete game. Oh yeah, just press the game completion button. Yeah, the trinkets seem cool. I like them too. Get hired to micro after the team will win a goatee, and you will talk about this conversation in your speech. It'll be pretty cool, man. We'll see what happens. I still think I'm quite a ways away from making anything that's considered goatee, though. A lot of work. And I think it takes a team to make a goatee. The number of like solo developed games that I would consider like game of the year contenders or at that level of quality are like countable on one hand. So it could be CC. I think CC still has a lot of design flaws. I mean, I can't assume that they would be worked out, but we know what they are. I think for me, I'd rather just create a world where me and a team can build whatever the fuck we want in. And for me, Colden Chronicles was the start of that journey. The start of Orithia. And building out a diverse, interesting fantasy world where we can explore different genres in the same universe. Like, why not have a, you know, Colden Chronicles is the craft your potions to help passersby. Yes, we can play on that with like tavern tales or what was it, like Anvil anthologies or whatever, or we can just say let's make a thief-like game in one of the cities where you are a magic user using magic to break in and into places and steal things and subvert the local guards. Why not make a detective kind of game in one of the cities where maybe you were using magic to uncover the truth and to find clues and stuff? It's just, I don't want to be locked into a single genre for the rest of my life, but I wouldn't mind being locked into a universe and just saying, let's find interesting stories to tell and interesting games to make. Same for you, Paxton. Yeah, that's kind of what I want too. When you hear something that will make you want to fucking puke, what? What happened? Crafting. It's more like modifying rather than crafting, but we can explain that here. The crafting of trinkets involves modification to existing trinkets that the player generates via any means. While playing in realms, the player may be rewarded with crafting tokens. These are consumables that are used outside of realms to modify trinkets with custom buffs or with additional buffs. I messaged you 4 or 5 months ago to help him with some basic mechanics on UFN. Recently published a map. Want to know how much he has made this month? How much? I do not understand the Roblox Fortnite market. I feel like it's almost kind of dangerous to make a game for a younger audience these days because I feel like most of these kids are locked up in Fortnite and Roblox. And you might have more success with certain PC games by targeting like a 25 to 30 or 25 to 40 demographic. I have no proof of that. Over $1.9 million in a month. I don't know, man. I guess I'm just in the wrong market or something. I don't understand this shit. Work my ass off for like 100,000 on the PC market. You don't even want to look at the map, you'll puke if you see it. I started looking up CC on Google, but it's giving me things that don't seem right. I think if you look up Golden Chronicles on Google, it should show you our game. Yeah. This one. There's this like itch.io one, but it's a very different one. Somehow it's the Steam DB for Golden Chronicles. Steal the brain rot? Okay, but what is it? Nice metrics. It's an idle game. Literally steal brainrot characters. It's massive on Roblox. I will never understand this. That's wild. More popular than Baldur's Gate 3 currently. And its peak is even half as good as Baldur's Gate 3, which is insane. More popular than Rainbow Six Siege on Steam with double the peak. More popular than Warframe with over double the peak. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't think I should ever target a young audience with games because it's just the young audience nowadays is not playing random games. They're playing Fortnite and Roblox. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad that I grew up in the era where the thing that kids were playing was Minecraft. I'm actually really glad that I grew up at that time. Call me crazy. Tell me I'm old. Watch your kid Minecraft? Smart. I think Minecraft is honestly way better of a game than playing Roblox. I think it's much safer of a game. If you have a kid playing Minecraft with like a group of friends or even just alone, you never have to worry about them encountering some of the really, really nasty shit they'll encounter on some of these other platforms. Or dealing with monetization. Yeah, the guy who would catch predators, yeah. Now the kid wants me to get Minecraft 2. Do it. Do it. Get Minecraft 2. Or they will play Steal the Brain Rot. Is this what you want, Lepus? Is this what you want your kid to learn? Or do you want them to learn how to make this? Make your choice. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Redstone is also a huge benefit for teaching kids how to, like, get the basics of logic and programming. Funny because the game actually rots the brain, it's true. It's the metagame. I think we can just kind of jump from the overview, or we can even replace the image that we have up here. Let's use the same example from the start of the document. This trinket has a crafted buff that modifies the amount of gold bars obtained when cracking safes in the safe cracking minigame. This buff is separate, both visually and in data, to the generated buffs and debuffs from the seed. We denote this by putting a golden asterisk next to the seed. Makes it easy to share, making sure other players understand that this is not going to appear on the trinket should they generate same one with the same seed. I just noticed my recording stopped. Why is that? Oops. Not sufficient disk space to continue recording. That's not true. You have 306 gigabytes. Okay, I will just download today's video off of Twitch then and upload it. Kind of pisses me off that I have to do that, but whatever. Sometimes that happens. OBS is weird. Whatever. Happens once in a blue moon. I bet that I would rather work for a company with a sick office like a Riot or something for 120 than make Fortnite maps and make 300. I mean, it's just for different people. Sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice. It's just you have one life, right? YOLO, hashtag YOLO. And you understand that with every year that passes by, the number of games that you'll work on decreases. And it's like you get to choose, do you want to make Fortnite maps that arguably aren't going to have any sort of cultural meaning or impact. And this is just my opinion, by the way. Note, that's my opinion. Or you can try to work on something and build up to working on something that is going to have that meaning and cultural impact. I know you agree, but I don't want this to sound like it is. I'm stating this as a fact. For some people, Fortnite is their life, and it's what makes them happy, and it's all they think about. And that's fine. And for them, the idea of working in Fortnite maps until the day they die might be exactly their road to happiness. It's not mine, but I'm not going to shit on somebody's road to happiness as long as it is a road that doesn't hurt other people or come at the expense of other people, right? And making Fortnite maps arguably does not come at the expense of other people, except for the brain rot. Crafting tokens are table items. Do we have like a glossary term for table items? We do now. I really need to fill this out. We can do that tomorrow. Roblox gives you the heebie-jeebies. I have never played Roblox. And the only time I played Fortnite was when it originally launched as Zombie Survival. For like 1 or 2 days. And then that was it. Your hot take, you might not agree UGC is the future of gaming, but I really hope it isn't these brain rot shit slap experiences. I mean, I don't think so. I disagree. I think that there will be a big rift between people who want this UGC and people who don't, but I think that curated, crafted experiences by professionals who are passionate and know what they're doing will always maintain relevance in all artistic forms, whether it be music, movies, TV shows, paintings, illustrations, or games. And I don't think that user-generated content can fill the gap of something fresh and unique. Because if everybody's making experiences in Roblox and Fortnite, it's like every game being made in the same engine, with the same tool set. So, eventually it might have its popularity, but it's going to start losing popularity like everything else. And I could be wrong about that. But I don't think every game is going to need UGC, and UGC adds a huge overhead that doesn't always pay off. I mean, there are plenty of games that have died that had UGC be part, and there are plenty of games that are not sustainable financially to keep live service anymore with user-generated content. I agree that this CCU in Roblox or Fortnite is there, but there were games with massive concurrent users that had really great UGC ecosystems that are now not around. And something else will come along to replace Fortnite and Roblox. A new generation will come around. Fortnite and Roblox will be seen as the old things, and some new game will be seen as the new thing to do. And arguably, I would say that Fortnite and Roblox probably don't appeal to older players in a lot of cases. Where's demos? It is primarily 18 to 24-year-olds. But the average age of the gamer is 36 years old. So it might be that there's a big fragmentation between 24 and younger and 24 and older. And it's primarily male as well. Note here. So, and that is important to keep in mind. It's like 90% male. So you have young male players playing Fortnite, and Roblox is probably a bit different but similar. But let's just use Fortnite for now. It's primarily a young male audience that's playing that. But there's also now a young female audience that is not playing it, might be on Roblox. And there's older people of both male and female that are playing different things. So I think that if you're trapped in this ecosystem, it can look like there isn't much money outside of that. But I would say that right now it's just really, really dangerous to try and make a game for this demographic, for the young male audience, because you have to pull them away from Fortnite and Roblox. But there's very much an older demographic that has nothing to do and doesn't really want anything to do with these games, that is very much okay buying and making financially successful, single player games without UGC. But I mean, GTA 6 is special. GTA 6 is very much an everyone game. I mean, we can't compare every game to GTA 6, but I agree that GTA 6 with good UGC might be very successful and have as much or more of a lifetime than GTA 5 and GTA Online. And I think that it is going to be successful, there's no doubt about it. I just don't know if UGC is going to be the future of gaming. There are a lot of people that have no interest in just engaging with a lot of user-generated content, especially a bunch of slop. I mean, back when I think a game that did this really well, Little Big Planet on the PS3, there was a lot of slop levels. But it was also a different time of gaming where there was a bit more acceptance of playing slop levels for the meme aspect, but there were also exceptionally well-made levels. But that game dies out and something else takes its place. There's just different markets, I think, and different demographics. I don't know what the if we can get Roblox demographics. We've looked at it before, apparently. Doesn't really help. All we know is it is a lot of under 13. And it is more evenly split between male and female. So it's primarily young males playing Fortnite. It is pretty even split on Roblox, but there's still, I would say, something that young girls are playing that is not either of these games, and I don't know what it is. It could be a variety of things. They may not have something. It could be an open niche here that somebody needs to fill. And then you have all the people that are older than this age, because this is just... How the hell are we supposed to know? I don't think this is anything accurate. Well, we can say that if this is accurate, only 18% of Roblox users are older than 25. Like I said, the old people are not playing this. Anyone 25 and up is not playing Roblox or Fortnite. They're elsewhere. Probably in there's a lot probably in especially with the male audience, probably in Apex, and other games like that. You know, they're the ones that are waiting for Arc Raiders to come out, not for meme brain rot idle game to come out. Put it that way. You have a 30-plus-year-old friend who's addicted to UGC Roblox. I think UGC will have a bigger platform share than typical gaming, which is already the case right now, which honestly I don't like. That, I mean, but do you have stats for that? Not saying that you're wrong. But I mean, compared to like the mobile market, which I guess you could say there's some overlap because Fortnite is on mobile. I don't know if Roblox is mobile yet. Oh, yeah, it is. So I guess it's hard to differentiate Roblox and Fortnite mobile revenue from the rest of mobile revenue. Interestingly, though, is Roblox not allowed in China? You'd think that'd be a big market share. I don't know, man. There's so many different just factions, fractures, whatever of the gaming demographics that I think Roblox and Fortnite are very popular, but they're definitely by no means the pinnacle of gaming or where all the money's going. But there's a lot of money going into it. Look at this CCU. 1.7 million. Yeah, it is scary. I think what's more scary is so many adults are letting their kids play on these ecosystems, which are very, very clearly shown to not be the safest or the greatest for brain development. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, right? If you hold up a phone, what you choose to do on that phone varies between something that will rot your brain or something that might educate you. I accept this. But Roblox is no different. Kid will not get an iPad ever. 2.2 billion children who don't have jobs, school, I guess that makes sense. I don't know, I think Lepis is doing the right thing though, where I think Minecraft is, in almost all cases, a net positive to a child's brain's development. However, everything in moderation. And what you choose to do in Minecraft is going to differ, right? But I think that for the most part, playing Minecraft, even if you're like doing creative mode or doing survival, that there's a lot of great things to learn, and it's just good fun where they're not going to be trying to pull into, pay some microtransactions, or they're not going to meet, like some child predator, hopefully. Crafting tokens are table items found in each realm, either from the cabinet itself or from minigames. These tokens are consumable items that are used in the crafting of buffs on trinkets. Crafting tokens found linked to a realm or mini game specifically using the Wild West theme as themed realm. We just are calling it realm. As an example, the player may find a tumbleweed toss crafting token while playing tumbleweed toss. Crafting tokens have tiers, which represent the corresponding strength of the buff that will get crafted. A tier 1 token is the strongest, while a tier 3 token is weaker. He'll be learning Redstone from H3 and turn him into a cracked Rust developer that's faster than AI itself. Rust, I don't know, Rust has some limitations. Rust is pretty weak to iteration. I think teaching a kid C++ is ultimate at this point is going to be the most beneficial long term. Any sort of C. To learn binary, well, that's not very progressive of you. He needs to learn non-binary. Kind of some old Lego games, but the bugs in those games are just unbearable. Even like Lego Lord of the Rings or something. I remember playing the Lego Harry Potter games, and that was a lot of fun. Okay, smartass. I love the Lego games. And the new Lego Batman. Sorry, my voice is starting to die here. The new Lego Batman game looks amazing, and I'm kind of tempted to play that on stream when it comes out. It looks awesome. The Lego games are fun too. The Lego games are really good fun. They have puzzles in them, and you know, they're wholesome. I just think that there are like a billion better options for a child's development in the video game space than Fortnite or Roblox. Buying them a Sega Genesis or an Atari 3600. Anything is better. He really wants that one too after I was the one who did most of the games while he was watching. I really like the Lego games. What are some other good games for kids? Coin Pusher Reloaded. I don't play a lot of like games that are targeted as kids. If anything, I'll play games that are like for all ages. Like Factorio is kind of like an all ages game, right? That's a good one to teach. Or puzzle games like Infinifactory. I love puzzles. Insurgency, fight against terrorists. Oh, like Kerbal Space Program could be a fun one too. I think a kid could pick up Kerbal pretty quickly. You can go pretty old school too and do like Roller Coaster Tycoon. You can get those games for dirt cheap these days. And shit, man, Roller Coaster Tycoon probably still is one of the best simulation management games ever made. See, Schedule 1, yeah. I'm not sure I agree with that one. I think there's a lot of good choices for games, and ultimately, you know, you buy them like shit. Stardew Valley. We're listening to the soundtrack right now. You buy them Stardew Valley for $15 or even cheaper on a sale. guarantee they're going to get more value per hour out of a game like this than whatever credit card bullshit they're going to be playing on Roblox. Terraria. Cheaper in Pirate Bay. Well, don't buy Stardew and Terraria on Pirate Bay. These games are so cheap on sales. What does Terraria get to, like $2.50? $5? Stardew at 7.5? Nah, I wouldn't torrent a game like this either. I do torrent games, but I'll buy them if I like them. And I just won't buy them if I don't like them. Or I'm still waiting for them. Hey, Fluffy Panda. Working on stuff just before release of the game. We released the game already. I am working on the sequel now. So technically, I am working on stuff before the release of the game. It's just that the release of this one is going to be a bit further in the future. This is Coin Pusher Realms. But yes, the sequel. It's going to be kind of different. It's going to be like a spiritual successor. It's going to be so different that it's the same genre, same kind of thing, but way different in the way that it plays. When using crafting tokens, the player can allow the game to choose a buff randomly. This merely consumes the token and applies a buff that is valid for the token. A tumbleweed toss token will generate a random buff from the pool of availabilities for tumbleweed toss. Optionally, the player may choose specifically a buff from that pool, but it will add a gold bar cost to the craft. I was young, I used to play with Lego. Now I play Lego games as an adult. I love playing with. By the way, I still buy Legos. I can't afford them anymore. But I like that they're making a lot of Legos for adults nowadays. Don't spoil, save it for Game Fest. You mean Next Fest? I actually think that yes, we could 100% have a demo for Coin Pusher Realms, but it will be released into early access as well. But this game can definitely benefit from Next Fest. Ever play Castle Miner Z? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever played it. I think I've heard of it, but I've never played it. Do we want crafting to have the gold bar cost? Maybe yes, but it can always be removed. It just depends on how often we are providing the player with gold bars. Crafting can be a bit of a gold bar sink. So let's say Crafting always costs gold bars. Choosing the buff you want will increase the cost further. I smell something. I don't know what it is. What's the monetization model of Coin Pusher game? Of this one or just in general? This will, because ours will be a premium game. You buy it, you get it, no microtransactions, no day one DLC, no pay for convenience, no premium currencies, no nothing. You buy it, you get it. I smell weakness, yeah, right? And we might do DLC, but they will be new realms, and they will be priced at a very fair price. This will just be, buy it, you get it. Does Unreal 5 have URC? What's URC? You and all your Fortnite terms. Oh, they have their own version control? I don't know if they have their own version control. I think Epic themselves uses Perforce. The worst. I don't know why they don't. I mean, they do have it built in. Like, they have version control built in. UEFN has their own built-in version control. So they've built version control for... Well, that's all version controls. I mean, I use Plastic personally. Epic uses Perforce. I've used some others. I've used SVN, which is not bad for some things. I've used Diversion. Alright. But these all have native integration with Unreal. Yeah, that's built into the version control of Unreal. That's already there, thankfully. It's been there for years, since Unreal 4. Have you never seen that in Unreal? I'll show it to you. Crafting limitations. Crafting tokens can only be used if the trinket has an available slot. All trinkets have 4 slots. Most of which might be taken up by generated buffs and debuffs. Some cases, all slots are already taken up, making crafting impossible on that trinket. Are you against paid DLC? I am not against paid DLC as long as it is fairly priced. I am against day one DLC and pay for convenience DLC, but I think that expansions and DLC are ethical if done in an ethical way. So you can see the revision control here in the bottom right of Unreal, and you can tie that to the different bits here. And there's a plugin for diversion for sure, and there might be some others. Well, there is a check and changes button too. It's all there. But I would never check in changes through this. But you can sync, revert, you can view changes, check out modified files, and you can check in directly in Unreal as well if I have anything checked out. Because I can just go to here, revision control, check out, refresh, revert, all that stuff. It's already there. I don't do it through through Unreal because it can cause some issues, so I always do the check-ins directly through Plastic. It's safer that way. I'm surprised they have their own solution to it, though. Are you sure it's not working through like some other method? It's not like just Perforce in the background or something? Unreal version control. Maybe they're planning to bring that over to the main. Called URC. I mean, maybe it's just part of UEFN URC. Yeah, weird. They have you going into environmental variables all the way at the start. That could be better. This is the command line interface, though, to be fair, so. The plugin for I mean, the command line is important. A lot of the programmers are going to prefer the command line. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they have their own built-in version. Interesting. Yeah, it works the same way that the others do, but it's built in, which might, you know, increase extendability. Having it separate could be nice, though, because then you can download files separately and it's not all in engine. It does look a bit less capable than some other third-party solutions, but it is nice that it's built in. Weird. Played Darkest Dungeon Crimson Court. Don't have any problem with paying for it. I never played Crimson Court. I don't think I did any work on Crimson Court. Did I? No, I think I didn't do any work in Crimson Court. Flawless? I mean, the thing is, you might not use it in ways that other people use version control. There's some really, really deep ways that bigger teams are going to use version control that I don't know if that applies. Especially with like code reviews and merging. And merging is already horrible in Unreal, especially with blueprints. Jesus Christ. I mean, there is no merging. That's how bad it is. Yeah, you just do check-in and sync. I mean, that's fine. That's what most people will do if they're not doing much, but you might want to do some more careful branching and all that, and that's where a lot of this can come in handy. And quickly managing multiple projects like this is nice. Yeah, that's just versions. So you have versions so you can just switch back to that. Check for bugs, see where a bug was introduced. But I think that for right now, yeah, for what it is, it looks like it's less capable than some others. It doesn't have that visual interface, and the visual interface is really nice here. I had to go back 200 to find a bug. That is pretty crazy. Okay, hold on, I gotta focus. All trinkets have 4 slots. Most might be taken up. A player can always craft up to that slot limit. But no further. Another limitation to crafting. Unique trinkets cannot receive any crafting, even if they possess fewer than 4 buffs/debuffs. To add a coin pusher Easter egg to Golden Chronicles. Well, it's gonna be a while until we get back to Golden Chronicles because we need that larger team for it. I can say this, there will be Golden Chronicles references in Coin Pusher Realms. The stylized fantasy realm might or might not include crafting potions with ingredients that you obtain from mini-games and from pushing coins. Which I think will be pretty fun. Crafting has no impact on the seed, as crafting is separate to the random generation of trinkets. Crafted buffs and debuffs are never carried over via the seed, but this also means that you can generate powerful trinkets with other people's seeds. And maybe those trinkets have open slots for crafting. That works. I'm into it. Trinkets can be recycled from the trinket inventory to receive gold bars back. It is never the same amount of gold bars that might have been invested either through crafting or generation, but it will be a way to gain gold bars or trinkets you don't plan to use. The amount received back is dependent or is determined by rarity. With rare or unique trinkets providing more gold bars than a common trinket. Very inconsistent with the capitalization of the word trinket. We'll have to fix that. Fuck you. Over $1 million brain rot map on Fortnite, a fun CC, that's my promise to you. Well, I mean, it'll take a little bit more than $1 million, and I'm not gonna try to squeeze you out of it, but if we're gonna do it, I want to do it right. That's about 4 million. But hey, if that ever happens, we'll build the team up. You can be part of the team too. $1 million a month? Dude, $1 million a month is way more than we need. I don't even think I could spend $1 million a month. You know, if we ever just had like $10 million drop into the coffers of Microraptor, I don't even think I would start by working on Golden Chronicles. But I would try to get some people there in place or work on a different game to build up our pipeline and our teamwork and our understanding, our documentation and internal tools. Then we can jump into Golden Chronicles and we can do it correctly, take our time, build it out right. Make it something worth remembering, make it an actual GOTY contender. That guy that was a noob 5 months ago now making $2 million a month, it makes me feel ill. Yeah. There's no point wasting brain power on the people that are more successful than you. That's time that you could be spending trying to become successful. There's enough success to go around. But I know that you're jealous is not malicious jealousy, right? It's just more, I wish I had what that person had. Not that that person shouldn't have what they have. And that's a big difference. I don't think being jealous of other people is necessarily a negative thing. It just depends on whether you think that your neighbor shouldn't have what they have and you should have it instead, or you wish that you also had what they have. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You're not that kind of person. Wish I had a week of that map. I could build some crazy shit, right? Well, hey, I mean, if you have contacts with these people and they want to invest into indie games and maybe, you know, grow their money over time or give back if they're looking at that, I mean, by all means, if you can reach out to these people, you know, we can hook up and maybe we can start like an indie publishing studio. There's definitely a need for that, especially now, and there's a massive desire from gamers to see more money go to people making stuff like Hollow Knight. I'm sure he probably does have a lot of people, and it's, you know, inevitably you're reaching out to this person because you want to use some of their money, and that's kind of, it feels icky. But I think that there's a big void right now for these sorts of things. Trinket inventory we don't really need to talk about. Trinket capacity is referring to how many trinkets you can have equipped. So we should rename that to trinket equip capacity. I will just save it. Go back down. What I sent on Discord was in our ideas channel for work. Okay, let me check. I say this not to be rude, but it's just like, it's a lot of trend chasing, and I think that's kind of what everybody is doing in those circles with Fortnite and Roblox. I mean, that happens in regular games too, so it's not like it's just something that only happens, but it's the speed at which these maps can be created and the amount of money within them is kind of like the mobile market, where it just encourages the trend chasing. Somebody makes one successful game, and then there's just clones and reskins of it. That's it. For like 3 months or even longer. And it works. I mean, if you want to make money, I guess if you're good at doing it, it's going to make money. For me, though, and maybe even for you too, since we have pretty similar minds with this, there's not a lot of meaning to it, you know? Yeah, you can make money, but then, you know, it's like, is what I'm doing going to have any meaning in the end? And I guess, you know, if you're the first person to make that kind of map, I guess you can be like, yeah, I was the first person to come up with this idea. But if you're just trend chasing, yeah. You and I, Sean, we're going to stay in touch. I know that for sure. I think we can do some crazy stuff. And if you end up making something and you want to be an investor into Microraptor, I'm open to private investors. But I want that there to be some assurance of success with that. But even, you know, something like 50 to 100,000 for Coin Pusher Realms is enough to ensure its success. Just because it is such a lean team, and we can spend the money, I think, in very intelligent ways. That even 5,000 can help us get to early access. 10,000 will be even greater. 100,000 is guaranteeing early access and a very high quality. So we might reach out to investors at the time where we feel we have something confident to show, and we need a little bit of extra assistance to increase quality, and we know where we would spend that money. But it's just, even if I'm talking especially to like a friend or family member about investing, I want to make sure that I'm coming there with something like this. And I should say not and a milestone plan. And we have a formula, a roadway, a path to actually get from point A to B. The player can equip, this might change anyway, this capacity, can equip 2 trinkets. Maybe we should do like trinket, equip capacity, and loadouts, and we'll like just kind of put this into each. Loadouts. Equip capacity. Loadouts. And we'll just delete this. Yeah, and of course we would want to bring you into the team too for that. So. I look at Fortnite is the same way you look at it. Get money fast with no real meaning. Like getting on Bitcoin early, you make your money. You can either do anything with it, or you can go all in on something big. I would go all in on something big. Wouldn't stop shipping. Wouldn't go to your die trying. I like the passion. I like the goals. I think we can do it. I bet you're pretty busy these days. But I mean, if you ever get like some free time and you want to contribute in some way, we might have an option for it. The thing is, we need like a producer, you know, because if I bring on more people, then I have to manage those people, and I do not have a lot of time to manage people. But I know that you could, in a lot of cases, I think, work pretty independently. Player can equip 2 trinkets at any time with a potential for capacity increases if we want to add in some additional progression paths. Although it could very easily break balance, so we might just keep capacity locked and then build out the loadouts so that there is
FBI, open up!
So that there is some nice user experience with switching between realms. I'm gonna go back home after my lease, leave my job, and live rent-free with mom and build something great. That'd be nice. Either that or make a bunch of money on Fortnite and use that to lock the fuck in. Yeah, I mean, I think you and I both, if we were given $100 million tomorrow, we might need a little bit of a vacation. But then we're going to go back to work on our games. And the nice thing is we just now don't have to worry about the money. Which is the most stressful part of it. But I'm not the kind of person, I don't think you're the kind of person either that would just be like, okay, now I'm just not gonna do anything for the rest of my life. 2 weeks off, 2 years in. I think it would be cool. I mean, if we made that much money, we would definitely try to find a way to build great games with a 4-day work week and just care about quality. I'd rather release 5 quality games in the rest of the life that I have left than release 10 that are like kind of shit. So I would just be like, let's make a fucking game. Let's do it properly. Let's build it the way it needs to be built. If you had 100 million, you would take some time off, find a nice remote cabin and set up dev area there. Fuck yeah. I can vibe with the cabin. I love a cabin interior. Exposed wood. Nice warm feeling. Fire. Bar. Lots of nice liquors and spirits up on there. Some nice guns for going hunting. Stream or pond nearby where you can fish. If you had an 8-ball and a PC locked in a chicken coop, I would come out with GTA 7 by myself. What would it be called? Mind's Eye? Loadouts are a way for the player to auto-switch trinkets when moving between realms, or even between realms themselves. Since some trinkets may boost global coin generation, for instance. The player can set these loadouts up between realms, allowing them to easily equip new trinkets each time they switch realms. I think it's kind of self-explanatory what loadouts do and what they are. Yeah, but I feel like you agree with this. I constantly think if I had this money, I could build something amazing and multiply it 50-fold. That's why when I see games I had ideas for get so much money, I'm like, damn, if only I was solo. Not solo, but still indie. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Getting that money can feel like a mix of careful planning and luck sometimes, and I think it can be really, really dangerous to get too caught up in other people making money. But I do it. I do it too. You have to create value. And creating that value is easier said than done, isn't it? But I mean, if you told me, hey, you'll get $100 billion, but you have to work in Fortnite for the rest of your life. Sure, I could do some unique things with Fortnite, sure. But I don't want to work on the same game for the rest of my life, you know? Much like Paxian, you know, he and I are in the same agreement here, which is just, let's just make our own universe and just explore different genres and themes and ideas in that universe. That way we're still building up something persistent and familiar for our fans, but we're never locking ourselves into, we have to make coin pusher games for the rest of our life. No, I want to do this because I think it's pretty fun and it challenges me to make mini games and all this stuff. And then I'll just move on to something else. I'm going to make the best coin pusher I fucking can. And then next. Getting all assets from Fiverr. Yeah, just download it all from Fiverr and Fab and put up a Kickstarter for $100 million. Think of the tax write-offs. Now, if you ever get to know some people with that much money, pitch them the idea of funding a indie publisher. And then get in contact with me because I would love to start up an indie publishing. studio. I've seen so many games, I've worked on games. I have a pretty good nose for indie games that can be successful. And if we just funnel them like $200,000 or even less, because a lot of indie games don't need a whole lot to get completed. Fund them. You can fund, 10 different indie games for $1 million, and even if one of them has a modicum of success, the return on investment is massive, or the potential for it. I mean, how much money do you think the guy in Balatro spent to make it? Or Silksong has already spent measly amounts of money, even over 7 years, to make this game. And there's plenty of indie games. I don't know, it's just, if you ever hear it, let me know. And we can work on something in the background. And we'll find some good, there's some great producers, some great people in the industry that I've met through my time, a lot of people in biz dev. And we can start pumping money back into the indie scene, where the risk is honestly a lot smaller than I would say like with a Fortnite map, and the potential for ROI is pretty big. Sharing seeds. You open your mouth, you let your boyfriend come. Sharing seeds. Sharing seeds for trinket generation is core part of the trinket system, and integrating community elements into the game. Excuse me, what did I say? Oops. We want to make it as easy as possible to generate something great and share it with the community, or to see something else that's been generated and use it yourself. Ideally, we can create a system that copies a trinket to the clipboard with visualization, so like as an image, to share it with others. Image would include all information needed to generate it, including its seed. It's kind of hot in here. The temperature outside, 20 degrees. It feels pretty hot in here. Turn on my fan. A QR code. The QR code might be challenging because I want the player to easily be able to share it on like Discord or something, and I don't know. I mean, maybe there's like some sort of asset already. Runtime screenshot. I don't know. There's got to be a way to do it. Yeah, 20 Celsius. It's a known unknown, essentially, but I want it to be very easy to just, press like a little clipboard button by the trinket and then just paste it right in Write in like Discord or something else to share it. Should be very easy. Technical hurdles and unknown. Did we miss anything in crafting, by the way? We didn't really mention replacing, re-rolling existing buffs or debuffs. Player will not be able to replace or re-roll existing buffs, debuffs, including crafted ones. Just gonna be pasted into the game still or scanned by a QR code. I mean, if there's a way to use like some sort of system as a camera to grab a screenshot and put it into the player's clipboard, we could. Dasher2 over, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. It is Tuesday. If there's a way to like use a separate camera, we could build the trinket in a 3D scene, right? With like an orthographic camera so it looks like 2D, and then use a camera to take a picture of that. It's not impossible. It's not the best solution, but it's not impossible. But I do know that there are games that have done this. We just don't know how to do it. Yeah, thank you for the follows, guys. If you're watching and you haven't followed us yet, consider giving us one if you like our content and what we're doing. And if we get to 1,000 follows, I am going to do a 24-hour stream. And hopefully, if it's pretty soon here, we can do it of Borderlands 4. Did you summon Moobot, Sean? Oh my god, how'd you do that? That's pretty magical how you did that. Hurdles. Hold on. My mind is just starting to melt from doing the design doc today. Kind of hard to sit and do a design doc for like 7 hours straight. We know we need to bake in certain info to keep seed generation consistent between game versions and content discrepancy. How do you spell discrepancy? Obviously not like that. Oh, pansies, discrepancies. We do not know how this can be achieved, but it has been achieved in other games like Borderlands. Random gun generation. Probably some nice paid add-on for Unreal, potentially. We'll see. Gamble mode? Set up website with API that can link to game to gamble real money. Not that, but we do want Twitch integration. What are some other technical hurdles? We know we need a solution for screenshotting and easily sharing trinkets, and would like a built in solution. I don't think crafting has any technical hurdles or questions right now. We just know I can put here, it's not really super relevant, but saving trinkets will need to saving like trinket inventory. We'll need to save crafted information and custom names. This should be easy to do. You can make an image. The image itself is meaningless other than a pretty visual, and you can embed the actual necessary info inside. That could be done. The only thing is, you know, the QR code is easy to share, but it's hard to know what it does. If a seed is complicated, it could be hard to copy and paste. It would be cool if there were two options. Copy seed and copy image of trinket. In addition to that option, another for simply copying the seed would be great too. And obviously that's much easier. I wish we could do what like Path of Exile does. They have a really cool way of embedding items into their website. Where can I see an example of this? Where's what was it? One of the leagues? That's an early one. Light League. They have a really cool, I don't know how the fuck they do it, but they have a custom embed in their website to show tooltips that are exactly the same as you would find in the game. Isn't that cool? And I just wish you could have like a button on your trinket and just click it and it just copies an image of that. It's really cool. I don't know how they did it, but whoever worked on that did a great job. What other technical limitations do we have? Crafting, naming, renaming, generation's the big unknown. Oh, data tables for it too. Handling data tables and buff pools for game versions and content discrepancies might be a bit of a nightmare to set up or maintain. We might need to severely limit the number or the frequency of balance changes. To buffs and debuffs. Trinket types and rarities, meh. No unknowns there. I think those are the primary unknowns. We might need to limit trinket inventory to prevent save file bloat. Which means we'll need a solution to what happens if the player's trinket inventory is full and they obtain more. Not the simplest solution or system to make, but I am pretty damn happy with this design document for one day of work and still a lot of unknowns being discovered during the creation of it. That isn't easy to do, or it's not very common. I like the idea the image used as a state. I could see that as cool marketing on social media. Oh, you mean like being able to copy an image of the trinket? Yeah, it could be actually cool, but you're right, it could be a really good marketing tool as well. Like, look at this crazy trinket that user blah 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 generated in their game. Or crafted or something. Easy post, easy win. Save file upload is always nice. And we'll try to avoid. I don't think there's a whole lot of data being saved in one trinket, but we don't want to have, you know, some 50 megabyte file or something. Has the game logo a cool view of the trinket with some light info? Yeah, that could be nice. I like that. Like, I want this to be what you see in the game. You know, prettier, of course. And then you can just press a button, like click. And this, you can then just Control V into Discord. Like, guys, look at this crazy trinket I just found. Like, right there in the moment. Easy as pie. And people can be like, oh my god, it's an amazing trinket. Thanks for the seed. And then everybody else can get to enjoy it too. Because that's the way the system works. You can take somebody else's seed and generate the same trinket in your game. But it will cost quite a few gold bars. Prefer your own seed to me? Thank you. Oh, you know what I forgot to do as well yesterday? I forgot to make a PDF of our one sheet. I also call it Coin Pusher Realm. Don't welcome me to Acrobat. Fuck you. Do I look like an acrobat? And it didn't make it either. I think we have to use this one. There we go. I need to paste that PDF into our Discord channel before I forget. I mean, I probably should paste that somewhere in, thank you for that, into our section here. I'll just make a separate article for it and link it there. Oh, it's not here. There it is. Easy. You got a sore throat for a week? Sure it's not like strep or something? That you need antibiotics for? 4 different respiratory diseases are going around here at the moment. Oh jeez. I haven't been like super sick relatively recently, thank God. It's always bad when there's like a big conference coming up and I have to be like really careful. God forbid I get like the flu or something before going to a conference. I don't care what happens at the conference if like somebody gives me the flu, but you know, you have to meet a lot of people, so you can't be contagious. And it's you're never gonna give a good presentation if you're sick. But hopefully I don't have to do anything business related for some time. Okay, I'm done. I will read this separately because otherwise I'll, you know, if I'm like reading it and not reading it aloud to you guys, it's kind of weird if I'm just silently staring at the screen. I'm gonna read it separately at home and let the team know about it. But I'm happy. We made some good progress on this today. And thank you guys for helping me with designing this, like in the moment. Especially figuring out like the crafting, because I wanted to introduce some sort of like crafting system to it, but I couldn't find the right way, and I think that this is a good way to do it. I think this is a very nice way to do it. While we have some extra time, though, let's fill out the glossary. I think that'll be a good use of our little bit of time left. Could have AI read it aloud. To be honest, I don't mind using AI voices for that. I think it'd be kind of funny if I record enough voice lines to make an AI of myself, and I use obliterated LLMs to remove its filter. It's a bit dangerous, to be fair. I'd have to make sure it doesn't like do anything that could get me banned, but it would be funny if I can just use myself as a rubber duck, and I'll just hear myself swearing. Like, bro, you're so fucking stupid. Shut up! Shut up! Set up local LLM and Piper to talk to each other so I can later integrate it into chat. I'll have to see if I can do something fun with that, because I can use obliterated LLMs. I mean, I have a 4070 in this computer. It absolutely can generate tokens in the background while we're doing stuff. I have more than enough RAM to handle it as well. We Gucci on that regard. Somehow my 4070 is 50 degrees Celsius right now. What the fuck? What's taking up the GPU utilization, huh? Probably Opera. Probably paint. My fans work? What the fuck? My GPU fans aren't even on. What are my fan curves? What the hell? How are my GPU fans not on at 50 degrees Celsius? No kick until 60, really. I mean, I know they're working. I would have blown my GPU a long time ago if they weren't working. Shit, they're not kicking in. Wait, hold on a sec. I mean, to be fair, this game is not super, like, intensive, the GPU. I mean, it's getting to 60, but not any further. Hold on, you know what, let me definitely... A little Cauldron Chronicles. This does not have optimized GPU usage. $74 degrees, 77, 78, 80. Yeah, now they're on. I don't know, I just feel like the curves could be a bit better. I don't like my GPU idling at 50 Celsius. You know how hot that is? It's a little bit overboard for me, if you ask me. Who makes my GPU? Palette. Can I get like custom GPU software for adjusting curves like you can with the CPU in BIOS? GPU fan curve software. Average day in Dubai. Yeah, my GPU is just sitting in Dubai at all time. Fan control. Get fan control. Apparently it's real. Oh, looks kind of nice. Put an egg on your GPU to see if it cooks. Is that the test? No installation required? Oh, nice. I'll fuck around with this later. Off stream. Yeah, I used to use Afterburner, but I didn't know if there was one that was for, you know, different companies. But fan control looks nice. Test is run PC playing a graphically intense game and see if my PC dies. I mean, if it does die, you know, that might only work once. Can I widen this? Kind of annoying. Humans are in-game challenges that can be completed to obtain rewards. We should keep it simple. Not get too deep here. I can't really adjust it, it's kind of annoying. Purple monkey appears on your screen and starts telling you random facts. I thought it might be funny for a little bit to get There was like a screen. Hold on. Is it this one? To get Pocket Waifu, where we can get a waifu sitting on our desktop. At least for like one stream, maybe it would be kind of funny. Personally prefer the fans be controlled by the GPU firmware itself. I agree with that. It's just kind of weird. I don't like it idling at 50 with the fans off. It fucks with my brain, you know, because I always set up custom curves in BIOS for my CPU, because most base CPU curves are kind of shit. Someone should make this with Bonzi Buddy. Did you guys ever play that old, we're getting so off topic today. What was it? Desktop Destroyer? This was an old fucking game. It basically just like took a screenshot of your background and had like this fun little game where you could spawn like ants and destroy them and crack your screen and stuff. This was old. 2000. Maybe we'll look into doing some fun stuff like having myself as AI voice chat and I can talk to myself. That would get really annoying fast though. Especially because I know myself. I would teach it to annoy me purposefully because I would think it's funny when I'm programming it and I would hate it when I'm experiencing it. Like I would say 15% chance to just repeat back what I say into the microphone in a snarky way. Oh my god, that would piss me off so fast. That time I used to download stuff from GitHub in 2017, I thought I was gonna have a purple monkey pop up in my screen after. Ah, fuck me. Oh, machine should be removed. This one should be removed. Hold on. Delete row. We need to add cabinet. Backboard. This is the part of the coin pusher cabinet. Where the coins drop from, and usually has pegs. I love being pegged. Damn it, Jormungandr, dude, at the same time. We share the same brain cell. Bucket. Part of a coin pusher cabinet where coins fall to trigger something else to happen. On the backboard, we do have buff and debuff. A positive modifier to something in the game, usually associated with trinkets. Probably should capitalize backboard here. And peg. A bunch of NPM packages got hacked. Some with hundreds of millions of downloads weekly, and the guy that found us stole hundreds of millions in crypto from random people? Jesus. We all just need money. Damn. Kind of scary. Thank God I don't have crypto. Thank God I don't have money. Can't steal what I don't have. Cabinet is the entire coin pushing machine, including all of its parts. How do I define a coin? How do I define a coin? It doesn't need to be like dictionary definition where we don't reference a coin or something, but... Fed into the machine and then drops onto the table. Fed into the cabinet. Flattened, circular, authorized. No, it's a little bit too official, right? I got a lot of work to... I gotta get the sponsor done tonight. Maybe if you guys use the affiliate link that I'll have, which will be a 50% off pass or a link to Proton, which would be pretty cool. I'm excited. My first sponsor, and it's not something weird or like some crypto bullshit. Proton, I think it'll in this case it'll be Proton Pass to start, but potentially I think there might be opportunities for something else. If right now it's Proton Pass, which is their password manager. I'll have to see. I'll have to see if the mail works and if it can work for like people who are existing customers, because then you'll get, you know, a 50% or whatever percentage for that. I don't know how it works. I've only looked at it briefly. We'll see how it works. Yeah, I've heard Proton is really good for anti-spam. Can you like hook up your Gmail to then wire into Proton's software? I can forward into it. That'll be nice. Right now I use a different password manager, but I'm really excited to try out Proton Pass and see how it works. I use my password manager a lot. Currency obtained in realms that allow you to craft a debuff or a buff or debuff onto a trinket, a consumable currency. Yeah, take care, Sean. Thanks for hanging out, and talk to you again. And good luck on your opportunity in San Fran. Ooh. Can we not? I've so many crazy ideas for coin pusher realms. Like, just I want to, you know, make a, what's the surgery game, board game? What the fuck? I just lost it. The one where you can't touch the wall. Somebody help me out. What's it called? operation. I want to make an operation minigame. Although that might be a bit too graphic for the teen rating. We can do it with aliens. Potentially. I'd have to see. Ratings aren't going to be super crazy important, but I do want to avoid mature rating just because it might prevent some advertisement. But Operation with aliens would be kind of funny. Especially because we can get crazy with their anatomy. You're still thinking about coins. It's good, and who doesn't know what a coin is? A currency used exclusively with trinkets to craft or to generate, craft, and modify them. Obtained in realms and from achievements. What is a coin? Shut the fuck up. Some do not know what floppy disk is. Ooh, you know, it would be kind of fun to have a, like, retro, some sort of, like, retro theme or realm. Or we can do, like, floppy disks and VHS tapes. That could be kind of fun. I wish Doom was like open source so I could like embed Doom into my game in some way. Hey Lucas, do you have an experience in hardware PC? Yes, I do. That doesn't mean that I can solve every issue, but I do. I build my own PCs. Definition of gold bar is wrong. My aunt and uncle back in the day had a dirty old gold bar that they used as a doorstop. No fucking way. That's really funny. Like, guys, what are you doing? Have you looked at this as gold? Gold can get pretty dirty though, can it? Gutter. The sides of a coin pusher cabinet where coins traditionally fall and are lost. Coins or table items. Coins and table items. Tell me how I can fix my bottleneck CPU with my Ryzen 5 9600X, my RTX 5070 with a resolution of 1080p. Do you know for sure that your CPU is the bottleneck? Like, what are you experiencing where there are problems? I mean, primarily if you're looking to upgrade from like a Ryzen 5 9600X, you would try to find a new CPU that will fit into your motherboard and is supported by your motherboard. So I'd also have to know what motherboard you have and what RAM you have. Good thing is RAM is in most cases backwards compatible. Not in all cases, but it depends. But your motherboard may not support certain new types of CPUs, let's say. I think they all use what's the form factor on that? Is it AM5? Was that there? Okay, is that the most modern one? Is AM5? I don't often build with AMD CPUs. Oh yeah, it looks like AM5 is their most recent. That's really good then for you. Intel sockets are, I feel like change way more often than AMD sockets. MSI Pro B650A Wi-Fi. Awesome, thank you. That helps a lot. Pro B650 A Wi-Fi. Okay, that can support up to the latest DDR5. That's such a good picture. Wow. Six cores, 12 threads. Are you sure that this is your bottleneck? Like, what are you playing recently that this is causing some issues? Because I mean, honestly, it's a nice little CPU. I can't think of a whole lot of situations where this would be the obvious bottleneck. Yeah, I mean, the boost is nice. It's got a nice L2. I mean, it's a hex core CPU. Cooler maybe. Like, it could be getting hot, yeah. I'm thinking too, depending on what you experience, it might be hard drive as well. Still lag in Roblox. What's the equivalent CPU to a Ryzen 5? Maybe something like a 14600. Does this say when this was released? Launch date 20. Yeah, so something like a 13600 i5 or something. Some games are bad. Some games are badly optimized. Is true. Like some games are just more CPU heavy. This is very, very true. But it looks good. I mean, the good news is that because it is the AM5 socket, you can generally, depending, I assume that you probably have DDR5 RAM. Really, the only thing you would need to change out is the CPU itself. Nothing else, thankfully. Forgot to take the plastic off from the cooling solution between CPU and the heatsink. Classic. I mean, if you're experiencing like stutters or something, you know, that could even be like streaming, so maybe you need to install in a faster hard drive or get better drives. I think that a lot of people experiencing that in Unreal games are probably installing it on slow drives, because I've never had stutter problems. And Nanite is very, very disk hungry. Just tell me some more info and I might be able to help. How much does this cost? $200. I mean, it depends on your budget too. I thought if I play in 1080p while I have a bottleneck CPU and I want to be sure before building my PC. Hey, XJL. How you doing? What are you looking to play, Lucas? What are you looking to play? If you want to upgrade your CPU, what are you looking to upgrade to? And what are your hard drives that you're using? Because you could have the greatest CPU, greatest GPU, amazing RAM, and if you're using a shit drive, your games are gonna stutter or gonna have loading problems. And yeah, how much RAM do you have? That's a good question too. At least 32 is always good for gaming. Games are RAM hungry these days. But I agree with Hilton. I think that this CPU should be just fine for most modern games, especially 1080p. I mean, resolution is not really going to increase CPU usage in most cases. GPU, yes, but a lot of like gameplay features and mechanics are run on the CPU, not the GPU, of course. So increasing resolution is going to increase GPU usage pretty significantly, but CPU should not be too affected by it. Do you work on Minecraft projects by chance? I do not work on I work on full games. I've never worked on Minecraft like mods or anything. This refers to the main pathway of progression to complete a realm, often being a bit narrative. Good enough. Minigame. A smaller game within realms, separate from the main cabinet. Is usually playable by collecting a table item. I'm gonna play the actual FPS like Fortnite or Apex and some solo games like Elden Ring, and I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. If you had to, because right now this is gonna cost you $200, right, for the CPU. What are you willing to spend on a CPU? Generally speaking, if you're making a PC, the more money you put into it, the longer it's going to last before you have to replace parts. It's not true for everything, but you know, CPU is a pretty big one. And you can spend, you know, an extra $100, $200 and push the lifetime of your CPU up to, you know, like 5 to 10 years easily. Back what you missed, we finished up the trinket document, and I'm just filling out the glossary while we have some extra time left today. And I have to sneeze. Now I don't have to. Peg, my favorite weekend activity. Should I make an achievement that's related to pegging? The answer is yes. That was a rhetorical question. I should 100% try to slip in a achievement that it jokes about pegging into my rated T game. Small obstacle on the backboard of a cabinet that is usually used to bounce a coin in a direction. Pusher, the part of a cabinet that pushes coins after they fall from the backboard. Realm. A term used to refer to God, how do we define this? A theme comprising of a unique coin pusher cabinet and unique minigames. Shut up. Slipping more achievements. I thought it was special until I got the arthritis pain. Oh, don't worry. We will have plenty of achievements. In fact, each realm is going to have its own in-game achievements. Some of them will tie to like Steam achievements, but we want to have more in-game achievements, and some of those are Steam achievements. So, for instance, these are the achievements for just the Wild West theme. And there will be core ones, there will be ones for individual mini games, and we want to make sure that when you complete them, that they do provide some like rewards for gold bars or unique trinkets, things of that nature. So hopefully that's fun. I'm scared of how much localization will be needed for this game. You know, Lucas, I think there's actually a... Mentioning the games that you wanted to play, sometimes on the CPU benchmark site, they do provide how many FPS people have gotten in certain games. Not always, but sometimes. It's usually for GPUs, though, of course. But I mean, you can also look at games and see what are their minimum recommended. So we can like say, let's just pull up Elden Ring, for instance. Because I think that's the most extreme example of the game that you listed. Maybe Apex. Maybe you're like a big Arc Raiders fan too, and we can take a look at that. But they recommend at least a Ryzen 5 3600X. And now, obviously that's going to be a lot worse than the one that you have. But we can use this to compare. Like, your CPU is roughly 30 to 40% better than that 3600. So, Elden Ring, you're good. Apex... says FX 4350 here. Haven't heard the FX series referenced in a long time. Your CPU is at least twice as good as that. If you play Fortnite and Apex, you're probably going to play Arc Raiders, or you're going to see it when it comes out. That will be probably the most intensive of these. They do not have recommended specs yet, unfortunately. But that's a good way to see if your chosen CPU is going to be good for what you're choosing. And 1080p, you'll be just fine. Especially with the 5070, I think you said you wanted to use. What I would recommend, if you want to avoid issues in games, Lucas, buy an M2 drive. Specifically one that is NVMe. They are a little bit more expensive than a 2.5-inch SSD, but the speeds are way better, and arguably speaking, if you want to avoid loading issues, hitching issues with streaming, you're going to want to grab one of these and put it on your motherboard directly. And you're using, what was the motherboard you had? B650A. You probably have at least one M2 slot. You have a heat-synced M2 here and potentially one here as well. If I had to guess, you're looking at 2 NVMe slots. Maybe even 3. Or 3 M2s, I'm sorry, not NVMe's. E650A. I would recommend two M2s. I think the 1 terabyte is great. What I would recommend grabbing is a 250. If this is a little bit more advanced, so you don't have to do this, but a 256 gigabyte M2 for your boot drive. So this is separate, and you use this to boot up your. This one's old and very small, which is why I recommend 256 gigabytes and not 128 as a boot drive to load up your important applications and operating system, and then a separate drive that is meant for your games and general use. And that way you don't have system resources hogging away speed from your games. Ideally, even you would have 3, so 1 for operating system, 1 for general stuff, and then 1 just for games. You actually have 3 2280 M2 slots. So if you're okay with it, definitely get M2s. Make sure they are NVMe. Throw them on the motherboard, really easy to install. Sub-terabyte boot drive. Yeah, so this is really old. This is like 10 years old, and this thing is still chugging along. Can you believe that? It was back when, I think this was back when like Windows 7 or Windows 8, when it didn't take as much disk space. I don't have the money to move it over, and I don't really want to worry about cloning a drive right now, so I just let it go. But I do need to clean it pretty frequently, especially now. Yeah, is what it is. Well, this computer, to be fair, this is like just my work computer, so I don't install a whole bunch of shit on it. At home, I have a 256 boot drive, I think. Yeah, 256. Just make sure, Lucas, that the drive that you're buying is NVMe. If it is SATA, it will not be any faster than a 2.5 inch SSD like you would get here, because it's the same interface but different form factor. So M2, 2.5 inch, these are the form factors. SATA is the interface, and NVMe is the interface that you want for games. Definitely. Stream hard drive of 4 terabytes. Do you think this is good? Is it a hard disk drive or a solid state drive? Here's how I would break it up. Maybe this is a better way to put it. I think that's how I would do. I mean, if you want to do the 4 terabyte hard drive for like storing movies and stuff, that's fine. But it will not be good for games. It will be horrible. In fact, Unreal games don't even, SSD is a minimum requirement for that. So if you want to have a gaming drive, the space is up to you, but I would definitely recommend an NVMe drive, just because that will maximize streaming of textures and data and prevent a lot of hitching that you'll experience. Your main drive, if you don't install games in your main drive, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. You don't need an NVMe drive for that, and SATA is going to be just fine. It's just that an NVMe drive is not really that much more expensive than a SATA drive. They're pretty much the same price these days. And you're gonna get 5 to 6 times better speeds on an NVMe drive than a SATA drive. If you want to ignore the boot drive, you could just do this, and then I would recommend getting both NVMe. If that's too, it is a bit of extra work. You need to do some, like, you know, some registry editing to make install paths correct. So it's something that I wouldn't recommend fucking around with if you're new to, if you don't know what you're doing, because you can break certain things. So go for like the minimum 1 terabyte main drive and the minimum 1 terabyte gaming drive. Make sure they're both NVMe. M2s if you want, because they're easy to plug in and save spots. Yeah, and Steam has an easy way to move a library too. And you can see, if you go to like PC Part Picker, I don't know what country you're in, but if you're in any country, like a place like the United States, Europe, Australia, it's very easy to filter out drives here based on what is available in your country. And then you can just choose your M2 2280 and NVMe, yes. And we can sort by price per gigabyte lowest. And we can find some here with like really good ratings, capacity, 960. And then we'll filter out by at least 4 stars because you want a pretty good one here. There you go. You can grab a 2 terabyte PCIe 4.0. For like $100. Grab 2 of these, you're good to go. And we can even look up like the read and write speeds here in Polish. Kind of annoying. They're pretty damn good. So that's what I would recommend. Just filter by this, find the ones that suit your matches that are available in your country, and see if there's any deals going on. But honestly, most of these are pretty damn good. You'll be good to go with it. Just make sure you look for like PCIe 4.0 because that's the newest ones. Negligibly faster than the PCIe 3s, but why not if they're the same price, right? You can filter that out here as well. Good prices though on these. 2 terabyte for $100. Your SATA drive plays games 100 times better than my HD. Yeah. I moved on M2, it'd be 10 times better than it is now, right? I hope that made sense. If not, you can always reach out to me on Discord, and there's other people who are really knowledgeable about this stuff too that can help. But for gaming, you know, definitely SATA SSD is kind of risking it. I did see the PCIe 5. I bet those are pretty expensive though. They are more expensive. I don't know what the speeds between. I mean, at a certain point, you'll have more read and write speed than the engine can even handle, right? Or, you know, something else will be a bottleneck at that point. So there is some diminishing return on spending this amount of money just because something else is going to be your bottleneck if your hard drive write speeds are not that. There's some multiplayer games too that don't even allow you to load in until everybody is loaded in. So it's like, okay, you loaded faster, and now you're just sitting there waiting for your teammates to load in. But I can say NVMe drive, if you ever play any Unreal games, which something like Arc Raiders is Unreal, will, in your case, prevent hitching. I think that a lot of hitching that people experience is with nanite, and because it is so drive heavy, and they don't have good drives. So don't skimp on drives. I'm excited for this game though. I will not play this game, but I will watch people play this game, because it looks amazing. Table. This is the part of the coin pushing cabinet where the coins sit on and get pushed along with table items. These are collectibles. Collectible items. I just feel like we need like collectible item. I don't know. It's collectible items that appear on the table and can be obtained by pushing them into the win tray. These are non-coin collectible items. Thanks for the help. I hope it helped. Just if you have an extra couple $100 to spend, which I know we can't take that for granted, I would ditch the hard disk drive unless you have like a lot of like movies and pictures and stuff to store, just because they're so slow compared to even a 4 terabyte SSD, which is going to be a lot quieter, probably around the same price, and even faster. But for gaming, get an NVMe drive and make sure you install it in a PCIe, an M2 slot on your motherboard. Storage access bandwidth is the primary edge that consoles have over PC right now. Do the stuff behind your Sony NDA you should have read by now. Yeah, no, they're good. They're absolutely good. I think consoles are fantastic. They're very cheap entry points to gaming, and they're consistent. You just load up your game and it works. No fiddling around. Oh yeah, HDDs can break really easily too. That's true. One small bump. Very prone to shock damage they are. These are equipable items that provide player with buffs and debuffs. With passive buffs and debuffs. Is the part of the coin pushing cabinet where coins and table items are one. It would be nice to have like a picture of a cabinet with terms here. It's just when we use terms in game design, we want to be very consistent about that, and so using and having the same set of terms builds that familiarity. When I say, yeah, the player will be able to have, obtain table items, we know exactly what that means. When I talk about the pusher, it's a specific part of that. We weren't very consistent with the first game, but that was, we already know that. We had our post-mortem, right? Okay, this is pretty good. We'll keep filling it out as we get more terms. Well, that was good. We're here at 4 p.m. Trinkets are written up, and I think seem pretty awesome. I'm pretty happy with them. And we have our glossary filled out too. Skibidi toilet to glossary. Shut up, guys. Oh, Cuthbert, I don't know what do you want to talk about this weekend, if you can mention it here, but if not, we can just talk in DMs. I have some technical unknowns, some big technical unknowns with trinkets. And I don't know if you have any experience with them. We're not going to be working on them anytime soon, though, but I put them here in the document so we can just... You can get to it when you get to it. And maybe have some solutions or ideas. You made it for the end of the stream, chest room size. How you doing, man? Oh, I'm pooped. I'm done. Mentally drained today. What of yours bought a 4TB SSD from Amazon and they shipped him a box of 12 4TB SSDs? He tried to do the right thing and say you sent me the wrong thing. I only bought one and they told him to just keep it. I think there's a legal... Okay, so here's the thing. If you're in the US, it's very common for a postman, postwoman, whatever, to leave a box on your doorstep, especially in smaller towns where the trust is higher and there isn't a lot of theft. If you have to sign for a package and you knowingly sign for a package that contains the wrong thing, or you have signed for multiple of the same things that got shipped accidentally, you can be held liable. If they deliver the wrong thing and leave it on your porch, and it's multiple things, it is legally yours. You can keep it. And they usually cannot accept it back because there might be some issues with that sometimes. DM me later, probably tomorrow, as I am a bit pooped. Okay, no worries. I have a wife as well, but she ordered like 100 grams of some spice. They delivered 1 kilo. Jesus, what spice was it? Hopefully something you use often. Installed 2 of them and sold the other 10 on Facebook Marketplace. I had it happen only once, and it was a good thing to have it happen on. It was a GPU. I was building... I think I know exactly what it was too. It was a 1080. I was building a computer for somebody, and they accidentally shipped me 2 1080s. And I didn't sign for it or anything because I lived in a small town. This was way before. And so I just had an extra 1080 and I just sold it. Like, okay, extra 500 bucks or however much it was at the time. Love you, please let me die. Yeah, I learned pretty recently that 1080 is a pretty powerful thing. Still a good GPU. I'm gonna say, because if it was after they basically gave it was still a lot of money at that time. 1080 did not support SLI. I think the 1080 did support SLI. Specific language impairment. No, I don't think that's what it is. I remember the Titan Z. I remember the Titans. I remember every motherfucker with a lot of money was getting a Titan Z and putting it in SLI, making one of them run physics. I was really jealous. But they were so expensive. They were like $1,000 or something. Kennedy did have it. Marginal improvement. Yeah, it was a very small amount. It was like 20% performance boost. Alright, take care, Casper. We'll talk later, don't worry. Got a free SSD from Samsung through Amazon. That's crazy. Gas station like 20 minutes from me sold the $1.8 billion Powerball ticket everybody's freaking out about. Yeah, my parents were mentioning that. Pretty crazy. 2 people. All right, let's go over the calendar. I'm really happy with what progress we made today. Very, very happy. Does any of this need to be saved? We put that in. Handled. Oh, nursing home. We need that. I know we put it in here. Where was the nursing home idea? Here it is. I hate how much I love the idea of a nursing home realm where you have to complete your Hummel collection and a panty rating minigame for old grannies. I fucking hate how much I love it. Okay, this week, Wednesday and Thursday, I think we might do a little Into the Chasm development. The reason is I have a bunch of feedback from the level designer and I need to implement a few things, some easy, some hard, but I need to do that so that he can continue work on the initial level. So because I'm pretty happy with Coin Pusher and where it's sitting right now with some of its design, it's enough to start with and speak to Rex and Cuthbert about, which we will be doing, I think, over the course of the rest of the week. I need to start to push that forward. That's my fault that it hasn't started yet. And then Saturday, Cuthbert and I are going to meet, and we'll make notes for you, Rex, because it'll be meeting in person. So we'll see what we talk about, and if anything is relevant to you, we will obviously make note of it. So I will say that Wednesday, Thursday, Coin Pusher, or Into the Chasm, sorry, not Coin Pusher. And then we'll be jumping into Borderlands 4 on Friday, continuing that a little bit on Saturday, only for the first couple hours of the day. I might come back and we can continue it in the evening, we'll see. I apologize if that day's a little bit weird, but it is what it is. Regardless of what happens on Saturday, full next week, we'll be doing some Borderlands 4 every day. And we will be posting it, of course, on YouTube. So if you miss any of that, or you are playing it yourself and don't want to be spoiled, don't worry, you can view it later. And we'll jump back into Coin Pusher whenever we finish with that game. Might be a week, might be 2 weeks, I don't know. Let's not get too crazy about it. We're in pre-production, so it's a good time to take a little bit of a break and relax. Which October is not going to be any better. It's not going to be any fucking better in October. But it's okay. Again, we're in pre-production, so we have no set goal here yet. We'll take it easy. So guys, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for helping me come up with ideas for trinkets and detailing this. I will have the guys read over this and see what they think. Even if it's just like the overview and, okay, I get how this works, blah, 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 blah. Rex was here probably to listen to most of it, so I think he understands. And we'll be back tomorrow with Into the Chasm, where we will continue to do some prototyping of systems there, fixing up, adding some more functionality. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you guys for coming out. Today's VOD will be up a little bit later because I have to download it from Twitch because my recording fucked up halfway through, so yeah, is what it is. Either way, guys, take care, have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. I will see you tomorrow. Stay awesome, stay sane. Thanks for helping me out today. More development tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Bleh.